voice is audible, madam?
Yes, sir.
PPT visible and moving, madam?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. So, good morning to all. First of all, I thanks to ICSI, IIP for giving an opportunity to discuss the first webinar during this financial year. How the war impacts on Indian MSMEs. Everybody knows about the impacts. I will discuss in detail about the MSME sector because on account of increase in the MSME turnover as well as plant and machinery. Earlier, mid corporates, most of the mid corporates shifted from mid corporate to MSME. The present medium enterprises, the plant and machinery is 125 crores and the turnover 4 times, that is 500 crores. So in India, if you see the CARP cases, most of the cases are falls under MSME segment on account of revisions that was happened in 2025, 1st April onwards. So thereby, the bulk of the cases are pertains to the MSME. So that's why this war, how it impacts on the Indian MSME and also the IBC cases. IBC cases. Here, I'm not discussing about the rules or regulations or IBC code or judicial pronouncements, etc. But what is the impact? So, in Indian economy, if at all some changes or policy guidelines or changes, some impact will be there on the IBC cases also. The recent amendments are also, the government of India did some amendments in IBC that also impact on the IBC cases. So like that, across the world, because today the world is a globalization, even though different countries are there across the globe, but on account of the business wise, the world is one market. Because here, on account of this interconnectivity among the countries, if anything happen in other country, the side effects are there in rest of the countries. So that's why the impact is there. Even the war for the last so many days, it is continuing, still it is continuing. And the US president also given an ultimatum that they have to agree some conditions. If not agreed, they will destroy the Iran like that. That is the latest announcement made by the US president. But before going into the impacts of Indian economy, particularly Indian MSMEs, first, how this war impacts on IBC cases. In general, I will discuss later on how the war impacts on Indian MSMEs. That also I will discuss later on. So I will continue up to 1 o'clock and 11:30 to 11:40, the tea break. Thereafter, I will continue up to 1 o'clock. Now, first of all, this is wish you all the best in your profession, IP profession, in a 2026-27 financial year. Because opportunities are everywhere, it is there. Once the economy is a fall down or economy is in boom stage, definitely both the sides opportunities are available. So once economy is down, we should not think about there is no opportunities for the professionals. Whether it is upside or downside, definitely some professional opportunities always be there. But it depends upon your skills. It depends upon your scanning the market. it depends upon how you will translate the problems into opportunities. All these things rest with you only. So that's why even the downturn, particularly on account of war also, the economy problems are there. Still, in that problems also, some opportunities are also available. Now coming to the first signs followed emerge on account of the war. The US-Iran war hits India's private sector growth. So the growth is slowly increasing, diagonally increasing. If any impact is there, definitely some bad results will be there for the growth of the economy. Because the oil or gas or exports or imports or the purchasing power, it is a lifeline of the growth of the economy. If the lifeline, any interruptions are there, definitely it will hamper the growth also. Take for example, oil is there or gas is there. It is a lifeline of the industrial growth, lifeline of the particular the markets. So once it is interrupted or hits, definitely some impact will be there on the private sector growth also. Today, the inputs for any industry, transportation is required. Raw materials, the industry, the particularly manufacturing unit, they have to purchase the raw material. The raw material moved from the suppliers to the buyers. Once the supplier and the buyer, then that transportation system is not there on account of a lack of the oil, that is whether it is a diesel or petrol, whatever it is there, then definitely the input will not reach to the manufacturing units. At the same time, the output, once the unit is manufactured, the output reach to the market. Once it is the oil is not there, whether it is a diesel or petrol, the how the output will move from the manufacturing unit to the market. Second one, the particularly service sector also. Service sector, the employees has to move to they go to that particular organization. Take for example, banking. Banking organization also, the people has to move to the organization to complete the day-to-day work. If the transport system is not there on account of lack of oil, how they will move? And once that is completed their work, they have to come back to their residences or homes. If the oil is not there or transportation blockage is there, how they will come back? Okay, certain aspects, work from home is possible, but to a large extent, disbursement of the loan or the access of the core banking system or the pre-sanction, post-sanction and all these things or the documentation. So even service sector also, up to certain percentage, the work from home is possible, not 100%. Not 100%. The manufacturing activity slumps to over 4.5 years low. Once disruption, the interruption is there are some problems are there. Definitely growth will not happen, and the industries or different sectors they will face the problem, and automatically the growth will decrease, and nearly 4.5 years low will happen. That will definitely it will happen. Suppose take for example, once an individual suffers with fever, after the treatment, the fever is no now now he is in health condition. Day one he may not get he may not give the good results. So over a period of time, again he has to equip the energy and all this thing. In the similar manner, whether it is a manufacturing or service, all these things will happen. Indian auto boom at risk as Iran-Israel war obstruct gas supplies, strain supply chains. Today, the transport system is not completely depending on the diesel or petrol and gas also. Take for example in Delhi, on account of pollution, most of the transport systems are gas based only. Gas based only. So once it is disturbed, then automatically the problem will transportation problem. One of the main input for any organization is the people. Once the people are not coming to the manufacturing units, then how, even though the inputs are available other than the labor, then how the translates? So all these things are a problem. Today, the worst hit is the auto industry, the automobile industry. Because even new cars sales are bleak. And because here, some of the people, some of the states, even the car owners, they are going to that petrol stations or bunks, and their waiting period is 3 hours. Today, people are fast movement is required. They are always preferring, don't want to waste the time for unnecessary activities. If the people are struck at petrol stations, 3 hours of productivity loss is also there. So the Indian auto boom at risk as Iran-Israel war obstruct the gas supplies, straining supply chains also. The supply chains, the backward and forward integration, our supply chains badly be affected on account of this war. Next, how Iran war has sent shocks rippling across the globe. Today, the gas, whether it is an LPG gas or the cooking gas or whatever it is there. Today, in India, lot of employment in MSME is happening through the restaurants. Through the restaurants. Once the gas supply is not there, how the restaurants will provide services or foods to the people? Even today, whether it is a Swiggy or so many e-commerce platforms are there, how the boys will move from the manufacturing to particularly restaurant to the residence is not possible. Even they are also struggling with the oils. So the main point, particularly the gas is a shortage, the restaurants will. Today in India, the MSME restaurants or other small the units, they are completely depending on the various types of the gas as well as the oils, etc. Next, rupee movement. Once the market is not up to the mark, and once the exports are not they happening, or imports are also not happening, and the dollar will be dominated. The worldwide, the currency, dominated currency, dollar, Indian rupee is depreciating. Once the depreciating, the exports will be a costlier one. And the imports, the problem will also arise. So, Iran war disruption beyond 2 or 3 months possesses systemic risk in the global economy. The systemic risk means a failure of the government. Government is unable to run the government also. They are not getting the revenue. Today, if the purchasing power of the people are increasing, definitely some the government will get some revenue. That is a public revenue, either way of GST or income tax. If people are not getting the income, how the government will survive? Government development activities are there, welfare activities are there, the infrastructure to be developed, and the basic amenities like the electricity, water, all these things, the problem will arise. And upturned the big of the Indian rupee movements also. The value of the currency will depleted like anything. And beyond all these things, the impact on the stock market also. The global geopolitical tensions, particularly the Israel or Iran or USA tensions, ongoing conflict involve Iran, Israel, and United States are not merely international affairs. It is not an international affair, but it deeply influences the economic events. So the countries, it creates a lot of economic problems, not only for India, across the globe, because oil is the lifeline of the economy. Or today, the gas is also the lifeline of the economy. If that is not properly transported or properly not available, definitely the economic problems will increase. The government revenue will decrease. The inflation will increase. Unemployment problem will increase. And the purchasing power of the people are decreasing on account of inflation. The productivity level, all these things are happening. That's why this is an economic event. It is not to be treated as an international affairs. It is not okay. This may be the international affair, but it impacts on almost all countries. Almost all countries, not only particular to India. And these disruptions is a cascading into emerging markets like India. Ours is an emerging market, neither developed nor underdeveloped or developing, emerging. Lot of scope is there for development. So, in this scenario, on account of COVID-19, we have faced a lot of problem. All economies have faced a problem, but we have surpassed that problem. Now the smooth sailing is happening. Once the second threat is the Iran-Israel war. And the superpower, particularly the United States, are also involved in this process. So how this is one big shock was happened to the economies 2019, 2 years or 3 years or 4 years. Now the economies are picked up and now the progress is happening. The second shock is this war. So once this cascading effect, once the war is happening, it will not restrict, the problems will not restrict to those countries, the three countries, but effects on worldwide, affecting liquidity cycles. Whether it is an individual or industries, the liquidity problem will arise. The liquidity. Suppose if at all the industries are getting revenues, then they can spend. If they are not getting revenues, how they will spend? The liquidity problem will arise. And the supply chains is the forward and backward linkages. For any industry, the backward linkages are inputs, various inputs. Forward linkages are the markets, particularly the transportation system, reached the products to the markets and buyers where the markets are there. The supply chain is also interrupted. Today, labor movement is required, transport is required, raw material movement is required, transport is required. Next, whatever the forward linkages are there, transport system is important. But if that transport system is badly be affected on account of supply chain, how the companies they pick up in the coming days? Investor sentiments. Suppose investors are there. Today, investors are reluctant to invest in the particular the industries. They are reluctant. No, I don't want to invest because the market is low and the international market is also not up to the mark. Even X sector or Y sector or Z sector, whatever the various sectors are there, all sectors are damaged because the cascading effect is there. The cascading effect is also there. So here, this sector is damaged, that sector is damaged. Almost all sectors are interrelated. Because for every sector, input, output is there. So The input output definitely, suppose today the bank also affected. Leave it of the non-performing assets. If at all the people are revenues are not increased, how they will they deposit their surplus funds in the banks? How they will deposit their surplus funds in the bank? Once the surplus is not deposited, how the banks will give the loans? Now, all these things, suppose I take for example, government is required funds. Government is a direct and indirect taxes. Now, on account of the market down, or the industries are not paying any GST on account of no sales, then government revenue will decrease. Once the government wish to borrow, the banks are also not interested to purchase government securities. Then automatically it is a cyclical effect. Investors are also, they don't want. Earlier, some investors they wish to purchase the gold. Gold is also not that much. So that much strong in the coming days. If the gold prices are decreased, the investor will lose the particular the revenue on account of their investments. Ultimately, the functions of the IBC also. So all these things are directly or indirectly effects on one profession, because I am not talking the only profession, different professions. One of the profession, the IBC is also affected. It affects on the other professions also, like doctors. Even some of the people, even though the health is not up to the mark, they are reluctant to approach the hospitals also because of transportation. And once they started from the home, whether they will come back or not, because of the transportation problem will be there. And not only the hospitals, even the particularly the all areas, malls are completely closed. Even Bangladesh also, the lockdown is there. 10 to 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock or 5 o'clock like that. So after that, the malls are not to be function. No traffic, nothing. Because once the austerity measures are not taken, how it is very difficult for the government to run the show. So ultimately, the different professionals, whether it is an advocate or a doctor or cost accountant or chartered accountant or the company secretary or the IBC, definitely, ultimately, some impact will be there on different profession. The IBC is one profession. It is not alone. It is not only the profession who affects, but it is also affected a lot. Then I will discuss about this one. The IBC was a design time-bound program. Time-bound, creator-driven resolution mechanism, value maximization. In the economy downturn, who will purchase the IBC assets? Okay, purchased. To run the particular industry, the inputs and output problem is there. So how they will purchase? Definitely, the successful result, the prospective resolution applicants will not arise. Stand still. And definitely some bad effects are there. So once the industry gives good results, then only the prospective investors will invest through that particular the prospective resolution applicants. However, extraordinary external shock demand adaptive interpretation, flexible strategies, proactive leadership. In this particular scenario, beyond rules, regulations, and code, you have to adopt the interpretations according to market conditions. You have to process the CAR. You have to move with the market conditions. Otherwise, if at all 180 days, 90 plus 90, after 90, no question, then liquidation, that is that type of problems will arise. Because once the investors are not submitted the prospective resolution applicant, the resolution applicants are not submitted resolution plans, then there is no other alternative for liquidation. But in this particular scenario, we have to wait. We have to get the permission from NCLT for extension of times. Flexible strategies are required. Okay, always the resolution plans are submitted. In that resolution plan, nobody will pay upfront, nobody will pay in cash, nobody will pay. Why? Because the market conditions. In that conditions, if at all the resolution applicants, we are paying that amount in a the phased manner, means we have to accept. For that financial creditors or COC, they have to accept. There is no other one. If at all they searched, time will lost, value maximization will not happen. Once it is prolonged, the value of the asset will deteriorate due to non-utilization of the plant and machinery, etc. So you have to adopt the flexible strategies. Being a resolution professional, you have to adopt the flexible strategies. Not only that one, proactive leadership. So earlier, you are following the rules, regulations, code, and you were a stereotype. The process is there. Today, the stereotype may not work. Some proactive leadership is also there. If resolution plans are not forthcoming, then you have to rise to that occasion. What are the alternatives available? That proactive leadership of the resolution professionals are also very much required, especially the resolution professionals who stand at the center of the ecosystem. Now, you have to show your talent, you have to show your skills, you have to show your strategic thinking. All these things are required in the crisis management. Because now the problem is there in the economy. It is not a cakewalk for you to complete the CIRP process as per the schedule. Nobody, the investors are also not interested to, even new industries are also struggling a lot. In that case, the investors will not purchase the old industry, troublesome industry, or the non-performing industry, non-performing the entity. It is, they don't take that much venture. The risk rate is more. The investor also thinks about how to reduce the risk. So here also, especially the resolution professional who stand at the center of the ecosystem. Not only that one, due to inadequate, particularly the inadequate participation, committee of creditors are increasingly restoring to extension. If at all the resolution applicants are not participating, there is no other way to request the NCLT for extension of 90 days, even that 60 days. The 60 days is also only for disputes are there. But here, that is also inevitable. So here, particularly due to inadequate participation of the committee, due to inadequate participation, particularly by the prospective resolution applicants, COCs are increasingly restoring the extensions under CIRP, both the 90 days, additional 60 days extensions. There is no other alternative unless until you extend the time, then only the success rate of the CIRP will increase. They will happen. Otherwise, the CIRP process results not a better to the stakeholders' point of view. So this is definitely it will happen. While legally permissible, frequent extensions dilute the fundamental principles of the time-bound resolution under. So the fundamental principle of the IBC is nothing but a time-bound resolution. Once the frequent, we are asking NCLT also, They are also visualizing, they are also know about the economic situation or economic condition. Definitely, they will also allow. Once they are allowing, but the preamble says, the preamble of IBC, time bound resolution. Because due to the problems in the economy, the time bound resolution will not happen. The fundamental principle, the preamble of the IBC will dilute. That will happen. They are also increasing cost of the process. Once the time lapse is there, cost of the process, the value maximization will decrease. The CIRP costs will increase. And if the assets are not properly utilized due to rust and the asset value will decrease. So they also increase the cost of a process, thereby eroding the recoverable value. So once the cost is increasing, the surplus set off the cost, the surplus will decrease. Once the surplus is decreasing, then the stakeholders they will get a small amount. The haircut will be more. So all these things are the cascading effect also. Increase depends on CARP extension. The resolution professions must therefore ensure that extensions are not merely procedural but strategically utilized. It is not a simply procedural. They have to utilize strategically. Otherwise, simply liquidation means there also, if the prospective investors are not there to purchase the assets, then there also problem. Instead of going for liquidation, it is better to continue even beyond the whatever the stipulations are there, the deadlines are there. The resolution professions must therefore ensure that extensions are not merely procedural, but are strategically utilized to attract meaningful bids and negotiate terms and explore the alternative resolution pathways. So, if at all the owner, the corporate debtor is there, alternative resolution. If at all any compromise, anyhow, we are allowing the compromise in liquidation also. So, here withdrawal of the CIRP is also sometimes a better option when compared to CIRP to be continued. If the corporate debtor is given a good plan to the financial creditor, withdrawal is a best option. Best option. Otherwise, once the no activity is there, the unit is not functioning, then the problem lies because of an economic problem, worldwide problem, the war impact. All these things are to be taken into consideration by the resolution professionals. The resolution professional role earlier is different. The present role is entirely different. He has to exhibit the skills. He has to exhibit the talent. He has to exhibit the proactive approach. He has to exhibit the strategic thinking process to complete the CIRP process. Otherwise, it is a problem also. Declining participation of expression of interest and the resolution plans. Recently, because only 1 week back, for expression of interest, nearly 1 unit, 18 people are submitted the expression of interest. And the request for resolution plan he offered. But no one submitted the resolution plan. Now the impact in the economy is there. Okay, if at all I have taken that industry in this particular situation, it is very, very difficult. That's why the investors are keep quiet. No, even though I have given expression of interest, I don't want to participate in the request for resolution. So this type of situations are there. Definitely you will face this type of situation. One of the most viable impacts of the sharp decline in the interest from prospective resolution applicants. Instead of putting my hard-earned investments in that particular industry, simply deposit in the bank, simply deposit, they purchase the gold or any other assets. Thereby, I am more comfortable. Once I have taken that industry, and anyhow that a defunct industry, I have to struggle a lot. After struggling, if at all I start the production, due to the worldwide the economic problem, it impacts on my particular company also. So one of the most viable impacts is the sharp decline in interest from prospective resolution applicants during expression of interest and a request for resolution plan stages. So that's why this is a very much required. So you have to think the proactive approach, strategic thinking, how to mobilize the prospective resolution applicants to file the resolution plan for the expression of interest. In an environment of a global uncertainty, today global uncertainty is there. Investors become risk averse. I don't want to invest. Why should I take the trouble? That too, this is a good company. No. Earlier also, that was handled by some promoters. That promoters, the problems are there. Liquidity problems are demand and supply problems. All these things are there. Even though I am better than those people, still the global economy uncertainty is there. So in this case, it is very difficult for success rate. That too, one sick industry. It is as good as a sick industry. I have to rehabilitate it. I have to modernize it. I have to put additional pumping. Once all these things are happening, if the global uncertainty is still continuing, then it is a waste of my investments. Volatile input cost on account of this particular oil or gas, the shortage definitely will have. Through law of demand or law of supply, if supply is less, the price of the product will increase. Once the price of the product will increase, the raw material is increasing, definitely the price of the product people will not purchase. Today, some of the people are sacrificing their consumption. That was happened in during COVID also, COVID-19 also. So, volatile input cost, definitely in the coming days, inflation will zoom like anything because the input costs are increasing and disrupted export import channels. Some of the goods we are importing from other countries, then that products will become costly also. And fluctuating currency values, currency value, our currency started the diminishing on account of this global uncertainty. And value distressed asset less attractive. This is a distressed asset. IBC case, companies are distressed asset. Once a distressed asset, easily not marketable. The investor who invested that amount, he has to struggle a lot. Consequently, particularly the few bidders participate, reducing the competition and adversely affecting the value discovery. Once the bidders are less, competition will less. Once competition less, adversely affect the discovery value. Value discovery. The haircutting definitely, even though earlier the value of the asset is more, today the value of the asset will less. Because nobody is interested to purchase. It is a distressed asset. I have to struggle a lot. And normal struggle is different. And global uncertainty struggle is entirely different. All these things are different. And for resolution professions, this necessitate enhance the market of the assets. Enhanced marketing of assets, broader outreach strategies. Simple marketing is not possible. Simply giving the advertisement, the expression of interest is not possible. And once they have filed, convincing them is also not a simple task for you. Even though you are preparing the evaluation matrix, particularly for the company, distressed company, the investor will think in a different manner. Okay, this distressed asset I am purchasing. I am rectifying whatever the problems are there. Once I am ready to market the product, who are the buyers? Okay, buyers are there, but inputs problem is there. Once the inputs they are costly, the buyer's demand will reduce. All these things are the side effects on account of global uncertainty on account of war. And broader outreach strategies and possible international investors' engagement in strain, interest in distressed opportunities are also. Hesitation among the financial creditor to initiate CAR. Okay, now earlier, if at all that is a turning to non-performing, first they will attempt to surface it 2002. Sometimes to avoid the cost, and they are filing with the case with the DRT. After that, they will come to the IBC. Today, what is happening? Once even though I put in IBC, the market is not good, haircut will be more. And instead of that, if at all I pursue the matter with the borrower, that is a better option for the financial creditors. Instead of filing the case with the NCLT, the better option for the financial creditor is this one. And particularly the banks and financial now more cautious in initiating insolvency before NCLT. The banks definitely they will second thought. Okay, the account is NPA on account of the uncertainty in the global economy. So if at all I file, the CARP cost will increase, and the prospective resolution applicants may not purchase. And instead of that, if at all I made a compromise or one-time settlement or whatever the measures, reschedulement or restructuring, that is the best option for the financial creditors. That is the best option for the financial creditors. So the financial creditors, particularly the banks and financial institutions, are now more cautious in initiating insolvency proceedings before the NCLT. And these reasons are twofold. The financial creditors are hesitate to initiate CARP. Okay. Why they are hesitating? One is escalating the CARP costs. CARP cost will escalate like anything. Legal fees, RP fees, operational expenses have increased. Definitely. Okay, this is also to be paid by the financial creditor, because if that funds are not available in the company, he has to pay. And after that, the CARP cost under the waterfall mechanism is the first preference. Uncertainty recovery prospect. Okay, I will incur, I will bear the expenditure. Whether recovery prospects is there, that is also a question mark. That is also a question mark. Uncertainty recovery prospects. In a depressed market, distressed problems or uncertainty globally, uncertainty within the economy, uncertainty within the sectors, asset valuation suffers. Nobody will purchase. Even though whatever the values are there, fair market value or liquidation, that is also not correct in the present market. all values will change. So whatever the values, now simply the construction, the type of construction, how much invoice, all these things, values are taking, that formula, that standards will not applicable in the present conditions. Once the buyers are there, then only all these things are happening. Once there is no buyers, even the value of the particular asset may be zero also. Liquidation value may be zero also. So asset valuation suffers, reducing potential recovery. So once, okay, why they are hesitation? Costs are increasing. Uncertainty. If at all I am unable to recover through IBC also, why should I file the case with NCLT? It is an additional burden, and I have to attend for the meetings. I have to incur the CIRP cost, etc., etc. This shift indicates a preference of a out of court restructuring. NCLT is a court out of court restructuring mechanisms over formal insolvency proceeding. This is the best. This is the best one for the financial creditors. Financial creditors. The shift indicates a preference for out of court restructuring mechanisms over the formal insolvency proceedings. This is the best one. Sir, are you getting my point, sir? Are you able to listen? Are you able to understand what I am telling? Somebody has to respond. Am I audible, sir? Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So, an important emerging trend is a growing preference for the pre-packed insolvency, particularly for MSME. So, the financial creditor, the banks, they will shift from the normal CIRP to PPIRP. That is, possibility is there. That possibility is there. This is an important emerging trend. Earlier, if at all you have submitted the best plan to the financial creditor, he may not accept. No, 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 no. I am not interested in PPIRP. Today, the bankers proactively they can accept the PPIRP. PPIRP because this is the best option. That too, the structured the restructuring with the help of NCLT or the IP, etc. In the coming days, the PPIRP cases will definitely be increased. An important emerging trend is going preference for pre-packed insolvency, particularly for MSMEs, because this was launched in that particular pandemic COVID-19. And at that time, only 7 to 8 cases are filed, not popularized, because the corporate debtor may not aware of the PPIRP. Bankers are aware, resolution professions are aware. Now it is a right time for them to accept the base resolution plan that is provided. That is provided by the corporate debtor as well as the RP. Shift towards a pre-packed insolvency. Banks are increasingly willing to accept the base resolution proactively. Because here, if at all they told that restructuring is, you prepare restructuring means how they will prepare the restructuring, they don't know. But here, with the help of the resolution profession, the corporate debtor will prepare the restructuring plans. And the banks are increasingly willingness to accept the base resolution plan proactively, recognizing the speed and certainty of more valuable than prolonged litigation in volatile times. If at all I am going for CIRP, then it is a problem. Cost will increase. There is no guarantee that I will get the funds back. But if at all I am accepting the PPIRP, then it will be a good one. So it is a confidential negotiation. Initially, it is a confidential negotiation between the corporate debtor and the financial creditor. Once the base resolution plan is approved, then only the process will start. Reduce the timeline. It is not like 180 days or extension 90 or further extension 60. That is CIRP. But in PPIRP, only 120 days. That is hardly 4 months. Lower cost. When compared to CIRP, the PPIRP is a lower cost also. Because the time and the company is in debtor's position, and definitely some good results will happen. Better control for existing promoters. Better control for existing promoters. Promoters also, because they know about the raw material, they know about the alternative for raw materials where it is available. They know about the cost of the raw material. They know about the buyers who purchase the product. They know about the markets. They know about the alternative markets. All are aware by the particular promoters, existing debtors. If at all you have given that is through CIRP to others, they will face the problem. Here also, the going concern will be handled by none other than the debtor only, not by the resolution profession. So, going concern to be handled by the resolution professional, some challenges are also there. He may not aware of the process. He may not aware of the leadership qualities to handle the production department, marketing department, HR department, finance department, etc. And lower cost, better control for the existing promoters. In this particular situation, the perfect, the PPIRP is the best one. That's why next class is also there. In that case, what strategies to be adopted by the RPs to mobilize this type of business from the MSME clusters? I will discuss in detail whatever my thoughts are there with regard to how to improve the opportunities to avail in the market through PPIRP. I will discuss in the next particularly next class also. Next, shift towards the PPIRP. Resolution professionals must build expertise in PPIRP frameworks because they are not experts today. Why they are not experts? Number of cases are not filed. Only 7 to 8 cases. Once the number of cases are increasing, and once the RPs are also handling a number of cases, definitely the expertise will increase. But even though this is a simple process, easy process, and only you are handling not the big company, only MSME companies, definitely the resolution professionals must build expertise. Definitely, it is very easy for them also. And they act as a facilitator to consensus rather than mere process administrators. Facilitators. To act as a facilitator. You are the facilitator. Because the company is running by the corporate data, you are overseeing this this one. And mere process of administrators. Reduce the interest from operational creditors. Particularly the operational creditors, traditionally active in triggering insolvency section 9, are now showing a reluctance. Even the operational creditors are also, they know the market condition. They know how to recover. If at all they also filed, then in the waterfall mechanism, they are unsecured creditors, whether they will get it or not. Instead of that, they will keep quiet. Today, the operational creditors are also keep quiet. No, if at all I filed, whether I will get it or the secured creditors or the financial creditors, they will get it. They are having the good scope for recovery for operational creditor. I may not get it. In that case, if at all in the looks of that particular corporate debtor, I should not be a bad person filing the case as a bad person. So some of the, particularly the reduced interest from the operational creditors, given cost involved uncertainty outcomes, given cost involved uncertainty outcomes. Okay, initially he will bear the expenditure. Still a formation of COC. And the applicant, he is the applicant. And definitely he has to bear the expenditure. For public announcement, all these things, advance also he has to deposit. What is OCs, particularly operation creditor, prefer to informal recovery mechanism or negotiated settlements. The threshold for initiating insolvency number no longer justifies the expected recovery. Okay, if at all I filed, there is a bleak to recover the amount, especially the small value of the defaults. This trend indicates the systemic shift from litigation is being replaced with negotiation. Earlier is a litigation. Now it is a shift from litigation to negotiation. Sir, you do one thing, sir. Next month you pay this much amount. After that, this much amount. Then I will not file. Like that, they will also use some strategies by the operational creditor with the corporate data. Because they know the market condition, they know the global impact, they know the war impact, and all these things definitely they will also reduce the interest in filing the cases with the NCLT. Employee and worker interaction. Today, employees are also not interested to file the case. If at all they file the case, if under CIRP, if the unit is closed, definitely they don't get anything. Instead of that, if they wait, instead of something, they will get, instead of nothing, they will get something. Employees and workers, though financially impacted, are increasingly hesitant to initiate insolvency proceedings. Okay, company is in problem. Okay, I know. Sir, if at all on behalf of all the workers, then if at all wages are not filled, they can file an application with the NCLT also. They are also operational creditors. And in the waterfall mechanism, 12 months for wages and 24 months for salaries. The 24 months for wages and 12 months for salaries, they will get it. But they don't venture to file. Once they file, then automatically their earnings will stop. The company will close unless the COC formation and what is the decision to continue or not to continue the company. Instead of that, if at all he want to resign and join in other organizations, same problem on account of a global uncertainty or war impact. So their hesitation stems from fear of job loss during CAR. They will job loss is there. Awareness of the company liquidity position. They know why the company, earlier the company is a good company, but on account of war, this problem arises to my promoter. If at all I am also coming to the rescue, tomorrow the promoter may pay the backlog, back wages also. preference for continuity over legal recourse. Preference for continuity over legal recourse. That they will think it of. This reflects the socio-economic dimension for survival. Instincts outweigh the legal rights. So today, everybody is a thinking process whether to file or not to file. If at all file, what are the consequences? If at all not filed, what are the small benefits I'm going to get? All these things will happen. And increasing the disposal of legacy cases. Okay. Now coming to the NCLT court-wise. Interestingly, while first phase declining, the disposal rate of older cases is improving. Older cases will improve because the disposal rate, once the inflow is stopped, whatever the existing cases, the disposal rate will increase at NCLT because they are not sitting idle. Whatever the cases earlier is, they will quickly dispose of it. That one. In forms like NCLT tribunal, NCLT or NCLAT, they will dispose of all these things. This partly due to the reduced inflows of new cases. Why this particularly fresh, the old cases they are disposing more means fresh cases inflow is not there. Increasing judicial focus on clearing backlogs and it presents an opportunity for the system to reset and strengthening the institutional inefficiency. So it presents an opportunity for the system to reset and strengthen the initial efficiency. Once all the cases are cleared, then some system is also strengthened. Whatever the old cases, they will finalize, then it will give some good results. Decline in investors' appetite for distressed assets. So decline investors' appetite, distressed assets, global investors, including private equity funds, asset reconstruction companies, are temporarily pausing the investment in IBC cases. Even ARCs also, they won't purchase. Their balance sheet, their capital is restricted. Beyond that, they don't take, they should not take as per the regulation. If at all the RBI regulate the ARCs, ARC is also NBFCs type. So once beyond their capital, they should not take. So the cases are with the financial creditors. The financial creditors has to think about the alternatives. One side, filing is a problem. Recovery, whether we are going to get the recovery or not, that is a problem. Second side, this is also a problem. ARCs are not, then the financial creditors, they have to think it in a different manner. Supply chain disruptions, commodity price volatility, geopolitical risk make a distressed investment less predictable. It is a distressed investment. IBC cases, whatever the company is there, it is a distressed company. In that company, whether I have to invest or not, that is always a question mark to these people. As a result, secondary market for stressed asset witnessing a reduced activity. Earlier, the secondary market is a good market for distressed asset. The non-performing assets of the bank, either through surfacing or through DRT or through IBC, some investors they are purchasing. Today, they are also not purchasing. And the resolution profession must therefore innovate in structuring deals and including hybrid instruments, deferred payments, performance-linked payouts, etc. So they have to innovate, structuring deals. Whenever the prospective resolution applicant is there, then they have to think it of. They have to think it of once or twice. Okay, upfront total amount is not possible. Hybrid instrument, if at all they are giving, no, I'm giving this one, that one, or the debentures, or the share capital, or the share capital of other company, etc., etc. Whatever the alternatives are there, the alternative investment, if they are suggested, we have to accept. There is no other alternative. In that particular scenario, raise one-time settlements and compromise arrangements. Banks are also thinking about this one. OTS. Instead of a CIRP, which is a costly and time-taking process, and the chances are bleak, and whether I will get the amount or not, what is the haircut position, haircut will increase or not. Instead of that, if at all I continued the same corporate data and one-time settlement or compromise, then he will run the company. He knows the company. He knows the buyers. He knows the sellers. All these things. He knows the buyers as well as sellers, input, output, all these things, substitute all these things. Banks are increasingly in favor one-time settlements and a compromise arrangement for formal insolvency. This trend is driven by faster recovery timelines and a lower transaction cost, avoidance of judiciary delays. So faster recovery timelines, lower transaction cost, avoidance of judicial delays. All these things will curtail. So while this may reduce the number of IBC cases, it reflects a pragmatic approach for the lenders in uncertainty times. Uncertain times. While this may reduce the number of cases, definitely IBC cases will reduce. It reflects pragmatic approach by lenders in uncertainty times. Uncertainty times, some of the people they are thinking, no, in the coming days on account of this one, the people, the financial creditors will not, the financial creditors will not, they will file more cases like that. That will not happen. They will also thinking about this one. If at all I filed, had I been filed, what is the chances of recovery? And what are the other alternatives available? And the banks are increasingly favoring one-time settlement and the compromise arrangements over formal insolvency process. This trend is driven by faster recovery timelines, lower transaction cost, avoidance of judicial delays. So once the banks, they will arrive the cost-benefit analysis to file or not to file. While this may reduce the number of IBC cases, it reflects pragmatic approach by lenders in uncertainty times. Uncertainty times. Impact on MSME sector and supply chains. MSME is the most affected on account of this war. MSME is the most affected during that particular the geo conflicts and disrupted supply chains, whether it is a finished or the raw material. Increase the input cost, definitely input cost will increase on account of supply chain, and reduce the demand also. Once the people incomes are reduced, the purchasing power of the people are reduced, definitely the demand will also reduce. The stress of the in MSME has a cascading effect on large corporates also. Today, particularly number of MSMEs are ancillary units for big corporates. Take for example, pharma industries. Pharma industries. In pharma big industry, surrounding a lot of MSME units are there. That is called ancillary units. If at all they supplied more than 50% to the the main company, that is a corporate, then these companies are called ancillary units. So the stress of MSME has a cascading effect on larger corporates and overall insolvency ecosystem, strengthen the PPARP, and a clustered based resolution strategy become critical. So this particularly if MSME are facing problem, definitely the cascading effect will be there on the corporate also. If at all they are not providing, they are unable to provide the inputs to the main industry, then it will be a problem. Strengthening the PPARP and clustered resolution strategies are become critical. Emerging role of a resolution profession. So in this scenario, your role is very, very important. Your role is very, very important. In this evolving landscape, the role of the resolution profession is undergoing transformation. Earlier, it is a cakewalk for you. Even though some challenges are there in CIRP process, still, when compared to the present stage, earlier is a the comfortable one. Today, the market conditions are not good. Difficult to get the prospective resolution applicant, and incurring the expenditure is also a problem. Once the company is to be taken as a going concern, that is also not possible in the present condition because supply chain problem is also arise. So in this evolving landscape, the role of the resolution profession is undergoing a transformation. What is the transformation? From process manager to strategic advisor. Earlier, you are a process manager, the resolution profession, CARP process, or liquidation process, or voluntary liquidation process, or personal guarantor to the corporate debtor, another process, or PPARP. Today, you are the strategic advisor. You have to study the market and you have to give the good, valuable decisions, valuable suggestions to the COC also. And from compliance officer to value maximizers. Earlier, whether code is compliant or not, whether regulations are compiled or not, whether the rules are complied or not, whether what are the judicial pronouncements that are given, whether I am following that one or not. Today, that is not done. Value maximizers. You have to search for other alternatives. How to value maximize? Because the market is down, market conditions are not up to the mark, war impact is there, and geopolitical conflicts are also increasing. RP must develop multidisciplinary expertise, legal, financial, operational, and behavioral to navigate the complex scenarios. Beyond IBC code, beyond the rules and regulation, you have to develop multidisciplinary expertise, either legal or financial or operational or behavior to navigate the complex scenarios. That is the order of the day. That is your role. Your role is entirely different from the current one. You are not the process manager. You are the strategic advisor. You are not the compliance. You are also no. Earlier you are the compliance officer. In addition to that, you have to use the max value maximizer. Earlier you are a neutral facilitator because before the COC and NCLT. Today the market creator also. That much burden, that much the strategy you have to follow. Then only you will success in that particular IP profession. IP profession. Strategic recommendation for stakeholders to address these challenges, particularly whatever I told earlier. Following strategies are very much required. One is enhanced investors outreach. Engage global investors and sectorial specialists. So once you are in this field, you are the profession, and you are they handling that particular cases. You have to global investors list, because within the country you may not get the prospective resolution applicants. Sector specialist, whenever you are giving advertisement, particularly for expression of interest, real estate person, petrochemical person, media company, IT company, like that. If at all you are searching for a sectorial specialist prospective resolution applicant, the success rate will increase. Flexible resolution structures. No, this is this much a value maximization. Financial instrument. No, you have to pay full amount. That is not possible. Once the market conditions are not good, who will pay the full amount in cash, down payment? That is not possible. So, introduce innovative financial statement. You have to offer the resolution applicants in a restructuring manner. Sir, first year you pay this one, second year you pay this one, third year you pay this one. And the top priority in first year these are, second year these are, third year these are, the ABC analysis. All these things you have to develop. And strengthen the PPIRP framework. You are the person to encourage the PPIRP. If at all any corporate data asks, or the financial creditor before filing the case under CIRP, first advise them, why can't you go for PPIR? Anyhow, you are getting that fees, whether it is a CIRP or PPIR. So, you have to strengthen the PPIRP framework. You have to approach the clusters and you have to give the suggestions also. Simply procedural increasing awareness and policy support. Government regulations like insolvency must introduce adaptive measures. So, government and regulations like insolvency must introduce adaptive measures and a capacity building, continuous training of RP in the emerging trends. If at all RPs are in this line of activity, if at all you are increased your this one, then definitely the success rate of your cases will increase. Success rate of the cases will increase. So, turning crisis into opportunity. As I told, once the market is dull, don't be desperate. Don't be demotivated. Here also opportunities are. Opportunities are everywhere. Whether the market is boom or the down, both opportunities are. It depends upon your skills, your scanning of the market and how to convert the challenges into opportunities. That type of skills you should have. Every crisis brings an opportunity to reform, innovate it, strengthen the systems. The current geopolitical disruptions are stress tests for the IBC framework. It doesn't mean there is no market, there is no opportunity. My profession is dull. Don't think like that. Even in the distressed conditions also, and some opportunities are available. And if navigate wisely, if at all you are scanning the market and you have translated the challenges into opportunities, then you are the winner in the market. Some of the people they are telling, no, professional opportunities are not there. In that case, some people are getting, some people are not getting, means they are not getting people, they are not translated the opportunities, the challenges into opportunity. Translated. If navigated wisely, this phase can improve efficiency. Your skills now definitely will increase in the challenging period. Once the challenges are there, then only your skills will increase. If at all are cakewalk, definitely it is very, very difficult to improve the skills, reduce the frivolous filings. So, reduce. Simply don't file. Think it of. Get the permission from COC and accordingly the filings and promote pre-insolvency resolutions. So, whatever the opportunities are there, suppose one corporate data wants to, one financial creditor wants to file the case with this NCLT and the CAR. Suggest these are the alternatives. PPIRP, the first preference, or OTS, or reschedulement, or compromise. That is the best one. But these are okay. Being a professional, first you suggest PPIRP. Once a PPIRP is there, definitely all the stakeholders will be benefited, including you also, and strengthen the creditor data relationship. And in this particular, this one, strengthen the creditor data relationship. Simply don't neglect the data, corporate data, because is today's problem is not his problem. It is world problem, the economic problem. On that, on account of that problem only, he is unable to pay his liquidation problem. The liquidity problem arises. So strengthen the creditor data relationship, and hence the IBC ecosystem is not weakening, it is evolving. So once this problem arises, don't be worried and don't be weakening the particular system. The system is good. Okay, the system will also work. PPIRP is one system, and your strategies is another system, even in the distressed conditions, even in the economy slowdown. As a resolution profession, are the torch bearers of the transformation, or the ability to adopt, innovate. You have to innovate. Ability. So here, the extra talent, extra strategy, extra skills that is to be exhibited by you lead to determine how effectively the system responds to the global disruptions. So all these things you have to do, then only your success rate will increase. RP has to take challenges with resilience, foresight, commitment to the core objectives of the IBC, and maximization value of the preservation of the. No, sir, economy is not good, but at the same time, you are facing challenges. But the core objectives of the IBC, that is time value. Second one is maximization. Third one is a timely completion. In that particular challenges, if at all you are following these conditions, definitely you will become a successful professional in that crisis management also. So actually, the war gives us some lessons to across the world, including professionals also. So once you are facing the challenges, definitely your skills, your talent, your strategic thinking, definitely it will increase. And then it gives good results to you. So, are you understand what I am telling, sir? Anybody response? Is it understandable or not? Or
Understandable. We are following.
okay. Now we will break for tea for 10 minutes, sir. After that, how war impacts on Indian MSME, the sector wise, how it impacts all these things I will discuss. So this is a opportunity also. Our impact is also an opportunity. So the challenge is there, but you have to rise to that occasion. So after tea break, in detail, how the war impacts Indian MSME, that I will discuss. Is it okay, sir? Shall we break for tea, sir?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Shall I start now, sir? Okay. Now, I will discuss in
Yes, sir.
detail about the war impacts on Indian MS. Why we should discuss about MSME? Because here the problems, what the problems they are facing on account of this war, and in CIRP or liquidation or voluntary liquidation or PPARP or the personal guarantor to corporate data, one way or other, some impact will be there. Some strategic thinking is required. Some consideration is required. This is not the real problem of the corporate data. Why the PPIRP is introduced in 2019, particularly the pandemic COVID-19? Because the problem is not the MSM, not the promoter, not the corporate data. It is on account of the natural calamity. The pandemic COVID also, they have categorized as a calamity, natural calamity. Here also, the war impact, it is not the particularly fraudulent transaction of the promoter or corporate data, etc. The side effect of the war impacts on the MSME. Thereby, the particularly whenever you are representing the case in the NCLT or whenever the deliberations are happening in COC, the soft corner is required. This is not a willful defaulter. It is not a mistake of the corporate data. So once you know the impact, definitely you will do something for that purpose only, how the war impacts on MSME and IBC cases. I discussed about part 1, IBC cases, how it impact. Second one is you should know what is the impact on MSME, how they are struggling, what are the input, what are the output, how they are impacting, all these things I will discuss in detail up to 1 o'clock. The current developments, everybody knows about this current developments. Oil supply disruption due to tension in Strait Hormuz. That is important, the transportation system for oil. Most of the countries, they are importing their oil through the Strait Hormuz only. Once it is stopped, how the industries, how the countries will get the oil? Global energy crisis described as the greatest energy security challenge. Once it is allowed, or once the traveling, there is a problem of war threat also. Today, the insurance companies are also, they are not insuring the particular goods whenever exports, and the war clause is also there. They have removed that one. Even existing policies also, 1 week time they will give, and after 1 week, whatever this one is there, I'm not covered that one. Even reinsurance companies like London, all companies, insurance, particularly general insurance companies, the fire, the theft, or marine insurance. Marine insurance is one of the important. Today, the export ECGC, Export Credit Guarantee Corporation, they are facing a lot of delay because of pre-shipment packing credit, whole turnover packing credit advance one insurance policy there for exporters and importers. That is a lot of claims they will get. Once the claims, all claims are paid, the insurance company will disappear. Their capital is also not suffice. So the Indian manufacturing activity 4.5 year below. Once the cycle is some break is there, the break effect. Suppose I take for example, if at all anybody person body hit some accident, the pain will start in the evening only. The swelling, the fever, and all these things. So today the war impact next after 1 month, the impact will start. immediately whatever the reserves are there, that will be they evaporated, then the impact will stop. So once this manufacturing activity also 4.5, 4.5 years, the year below low rupee depreciation that is happening, and the capital outflows, supply chain strain in sectors like automobiles, all these things are happening. Core insight: the war is not regional. It is not between Israel and Iran or Iran and USA. It is a global economic shock directly affecting the Indian MSMEs and insolvency ecosystem. Once this particular problem is there, it is not between the two countries or among the three countries. It is rest of the world also. Particularly being an emerging country, the MSME is facing a lot of problems. How the war transact impact into India? How it is translated? Suppose you take, for example, energy shock, the biggest trigger. India imports 80 to 90% of oil. Because even the ONGC is there, Gas Authority of India, GAIL is also there, but sufficient natural resources, particularly oil and gas, natural resources are not available in our country. That's why we are completely depending on import of oil, that to 85 to 90% of the oil. Major supplies pass through Strait Hormuz only. Whatever the oil we are importing, that is the shortest distance. If at all it is the Cape Good Hope, that is through African, if at all is it transported, then transportation cost will increase. Once the transportation cost will increase, the product cost should be increased. Once the product cost is increased, the demand will reduce. All these things, side effects are there. This is a shortest route. War, shipping disruption. Nobody is very few. The ships are moving, one or two or three, and thousands of ships are halted at Strait Hormuz. And the oil prices surge. Definitely, it will increase. Inflation rises. Once the oil prices are increasing, inflation definitely it will increase. Oil prices cost 110 barrel to 115 per barrel. Plus, quickly after conflict of escalation. After that conflict, the oil prices are rose. They increase. Once the transportation costs are increasing, definitely the price of the product will increase. During that inflation condition, how the people purchasing power will also reduce. If at all the product price is reduced, then automatically demand will be more. If the product price is more, demand will less. People will sacrifice the consumption. And oil prices cost 110 to 115 quickly after conflict of escalation. Even 10% rise in oil leads to increase in the inflation significantly. But today, it is not 10%. It is 80 to 115 means you see the $80 to 115 in some types of the particular the oil rates are more. And inflation significantly, definitely inflation. All products will become costly. And not only that one, supply chain breakdown. Closure, blockade risks in Gulf routes. Some of the countries, they are not shipping, they are not transporting the goods to the particular Gulf routes, which is a danger one today. When the missile will break that particular ship, we don't know. And once it is a breakdown, the missile is a crash, definitely huge loss will be there. And the shipping companies are also, particularly the shipping companies, they are not going into that route. They are diverted, but a transportation cost. Today, that is a problem. Closure and blackhead risk in Gulf routes. And the fertilizer, today, the cascading effect I told, particularly fertilizers, urea, or other fertilizers. The gas is also Nagarjuna chemical fertilizers. And one of the main input is gas only, particularly the fertilizer companies. Once the gas is not there, fertilizer manufacturing will stop. Once fertilizer manufacturing stop, agriculture segment will also badly be affected. The supply chain. So once the agriculture farmer, now the farmer is natural calamities. Once this cost is more, definitely some of the farmers are reluctant to grow the vegetables or the crops. Then automatically we will face the problem of the food products also. And the fertilizer, gas, chemical supply is affected. MSME depend on imports of fishing shortages. So the MSME ultimately the food industry, particularly agriculture is also depending on the food industry. Once the agriculture is down, the food industry will down. So the side effects, the cascading effects are more. Currency and financial instability. Rupee depreciating due to oil imports and capital outflows. Stock market corrected, mid caps and small caps hit also there. So here, not only this market, but also capital market. And growth slowed down. India GDP growth reduced from 7% to 5.9%. Once the growth rate is decreased, government revenue will decrease by way of taxes, GST or income tax, whatever the taxes. Not only that one, once the taxes are reduced, the deficit of the government budget will increase, public debt will increase. And not only that one, once the growth is decreased, unemployment will increase. All these things effect is there. Detailed impact on Indian MSMEs. MSMEs are highly vulnerable because they operate with low cash reserves. They are not the big giants. Okay, if at all any capital shortage or once a shortage is there, they can get up, they can recoup by the large corporates. But MSME, that is not the case. So the detailed impact on Indian MSMEs. MSMEs are highly vulnerable because they operate with low cash reserves. Once the problem arises, whatever the cash reserves are there, if at all it is depleted, then liquidity problem will arise. High input dependency. So they are not manufacturing their inputs. They are purchasing from the suppliers. If the suppliers are raised, then automatically it is a problem. Limited pricing power. If at all, most of the consumers, they purchase the MSME products with low price. The margins of the MSME is also the thinner, not the thicker. Once thinning is there, once this input costs are increasing, then they will not get any profit. Once it is not getting any profit, how they will run the show? And the demotivation of the promoters and all these things are there. Cost of explosion, primary impact is there. And the fuel prices rises, electricity cost will rise, logistics cost will also rise. Once the cost explosion, the major cost is fuel price. Some of the companies are under fuel is required. Even today, if we are in summer, summer means in almost all states, the electricity is the biggest problem. Power cuts are there. For power cuts, alternative energy is diesel generators. Diesel generators require diesel. If the diesel generator, the power cut 3 to 4 hours during the day is there, the labor cost unnecessarily that is to be paid by the MSMEs. Had that diesel is available, definitely they will use the diesel generator sets and run the company during the power cut also. Today, that is also biggest problem. Electricity cost, definitely it will increase. And the logistic cost to input the product, particularly raw material, transport system is there. To send the output, final products to the market, the transport system is there. That's why the transport system is a lifeline of the industrial service, the industrial activities. If a transport system is broken, then it will be a problem. If a transportation costs are increased, then the surplus derived by the MSMEs are decreased. MSME face a margin collapse. For example, a small manufacturing of MSME using diesel generators sees fuel cost is increasing 30 to 50. Profit margin 0. Once the fuel cost, whatever the profit margin, it will be eroded through rise the fuel cost. So the effect of finally the MSME. So if at all these cases are filed with NCLT, we have to view in a different manner, soft manner, not harsh manner. The promoter, not the fault of the promoter, the fault lies with the two countries are fighting with each other and they are disturbing the inputs of the union, the particularly manufacturing or MSME across the globe. Supply chain disruptions, gas shortages affecting industrial production, shipping delays in gas production. Even your particularly the LPG gas, if the gas is not supplied to your house or gas is not available in your house, how you will prepare the food? Okay, some people they will purchase a Swiggy or etc. 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 And those people also now they are not supplying. Even Jepto or Blinkit, their candidates are also they have to travel by motorcycle bikes only. If motorbikes are not, if diesel, the petrol or a diesel is not available, how the transport vehicles will move? Or gas-based vehicles? Gas shortage affecting the industrial production. Shipping delays are there. Real example, Indian auto sector facing production risk due to gas shortages. MSME supplies to auto companies hit first. Today, whether it is a Maruti Limited, Maruti Udyog Limited, or different auto companies, their cars sales are not up to the mark. Their sales are not up to the mark because now the problems are started, the challenges are started. Those who are supplying the equipment, small equipment to the car companies, that is MSME, that is called ancillary unit. They are also struggling a lot. If the cars are sold, the Maruti Udyog Limited, they will pay the bills to the MSMEs for supplying the small equipment, the auto, the parts, etc. Now they are, once the sales, the liquidity problem is there, how they will repay to the ancillary units? Once ancillary units are not paid, how it will run? And the shutdown cost will increase. Export disruptions. Some of the companies are export oriented. Today, if the ships are going through that particular the sea line, and it is a dangerous source. So exports, the shipping companies are not accepted the cargoes also. We will park the ships in a harbor only. We don't want to transport. If at all any missile they hit the ship, the total cost of the ship will be burned. Okay, today the insurances are also not there. The insurance companies, no, we don't want to give insurance policy for ships or cargo, etc. Shipping costs increase due to war risk premiums and huge premiums and delays in delivery. Because if at all the war is going on, they will halt at some safe zone. All this MSME lose international credibility once the timely supply is not there. The reputation, the credibility, international credibility problem will also arise. Liquidity crisis. Working capital requirements are increasing. Particularly once the funds are blocked. Once the funds are blocked, the working capital problem will arise. Once the debtors are not recovered, the companies are unable to pay the creditors. Then working capital problems, because the banks are financing to the stock as well as the debtors or receivables. If the debtors are not received, they received, how they will the turnover will increase. Then working capital requirements are also increasing. Payments delayed. Whatever the payments, the suppliers, they are not paying in time also. Okay, now the creditors are realized, the debtors are not paying, the companies are facing MSME struggle to repay the loans. Whatever the term loans they have taken from the banks, that is also not paid on account of the liquidity crisis. The liquidity crisis. On the demand compression. Once the product cost is increasing, people are not purchasing the product. Suppose I will sacrifice. Suppose earlier I have purchased 5 products. Today, on account of rising prices, I am restricted to 2 products, 2 only. Sometimes some people, on account of prices increasing, they are sacrificing their consumption also. So demand compression. Once they sacrifice, suppose earlier, some people, on account of the petrol freely available, freely means the free market available. Now they use it to go to malls, they will go to shopping, they will go to restaurants, etc. Today, to fill up the car, they have to spend 3 to 4 hours. Once 3 to 4 hours spending is there, how they will cost will increase. So the demand consumption. So the demand weak due to inflation. Once inflation is increasing, the demand will reduce. The price of the product will increase. Manufacturing slow down visibly. The manufacturing also slow down. The manufacturing, particularly the products, once the demand is not up to the market, definitely I will reduce the production. Otherwise, purely my godowns are filled up with the finished products. If there is no sales, it is a dead asset. So the manufacturing slowdown is also visible. Private sector grows slowing significantly. You see the down that 1 month, you see the impact clearly visible. Through media also you can see, the news also you can see that sector problem, this sector problem, this sector retrenchment, that sector retrenchment, this sector the prices are increasing, that sector prices are increasing. That problem is visible, where definitely it will arise. The domestic demand weak due to inflation. Manufacturing slowdown visible. And the private sector growth slowing significantly. Not only that one, energy depend on MSME worst hit on account of war. Energy depend. Example, restaurants, food MSMEs, depending on LPG. And lot of employment is happening. The servers, the cooks, or the different people, servant maid and other people. And once there is no activity, how the restaurant people will pay? And monthly has to pay the rent also. and the shutdown cost will also increase. So the worst hit is the MSME is the worst hit. If at all one MSME, they are chain of hotels. Chain of hotels. Even last week, I visited to Delhi. Even a Sagar Ratna, the restaurants are also closed. Why? Because the commercial, the gas is not available. Once the Sagar Ratna is closed, some sectors, some places, not all places, not all places. If it is closed, the servers, the waiters, the cookers, all people will be removed. Then the unemployment will increase. Their consumption will also decrease. And LPG shortages, daily loss reported in crores. So if you see the online bookings like a Swiggy, if you see the how many people are booked earlier, how many people are booked after the last 10 days, the number is a decrease. The number is a decrease. So the daily losses reported, particularly the MSME, the restaurants who are depending on LPG only. Even some hotels, big hotels, they are giving only the accommodation, not the restaurants. So no food, but we will decrease the price of the room rent. No breakfast, no 24 hours of supply of food. Because here the problem is that okay, some hotels they are providing, but with higher cost. With the higher cost means people are resisted to visit to the hotels also. Reverse migration impact is also there on account of war. Indian returning from Gulf war, the Gulf due to war. Reverse migration. Number of workers are working in the Gulf, either servant maids or carpenters or tailoring or cooks or so many activities. The Indians are returning from Gulf and loss of remittance and job pressure. So loss of remittances, they are not getting job pressure, they are retrenching. MSME employment echoes effective. So here also, our country also the same problem, because our MSMEs are not they having adequate the demand for the product for their products, and in addition to that, other people are also coming. And once the particularly reverse migration, earlier they used to send remittance, some funds by the NRIs. They are sending funds to their kith and kin or friends or relatives in the country. And once that funds are received, their consumption will increase. Once the funds are not received and they are also back, then the consumption problem will arise and it impact on the MSME also. It impact on the MSME also. How this leads to IBC cases? Okay, whatever I told earlier, the cases, whatever the cases leads to IBC, the chain reaction is there. War. Definitely cost of the products or cost of the services will increase. And the cash flow crisis. All people are having a money problem. Because once the cost is increasing, they should not purchase some products. Loan default. Once the cash flow crisis is there, the industries, they will default the loan and IBC filing. So this chain reaction is there. So instead of filing the financial creditors or operational creditors, they are thinking twice or thrice whether to file the IBC cases or not. If they file, then further cost will increase. When the amount will recover through resolution plan, we don't know. All are question marks only. All are question marks only. Increase in corporate defaults. Because of big corporates, all products they are not manufactured. Take for example, BHEL is there, Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited. In Hyderabad also BHEL is there, or ECL, Electronic Corporation of India. So these people surrounding that particular big corporates, number of MSME units are there. So once these are not supplied, the MSMEs are not supplied on account of this Gulf War, how the corporates will flourish? Even pharma industries, particularly Reddy Labs are there, Bharat Biotech, or different the pharma companies, big pharma companies. Their MSMEs around that big company, number of MSMEs are there. Some people they are cotton boxes, some people glass, the virals or injections, and printing, all these things. More total, they want to do the one, particularly in bulk drugs. Number of ancillary units. If ancillary units are facing problem, the cascading effect on the big companies also. The corporate also defaulted. Once these people are not supplied, definitely they will also face the problem. Pay suppliers, service loans, defaults increasing sharply. Even corporate default, this is a cyclical effect. This is a cyclical effect. Even in a cycle stand also, number of cycles are there. If at all one cycle fall, then automatically all cycles will fall one by one, one by one, one by one. In the similar manner, an impact of the world economy, it impacts on the rest of the world also. In one country, impact also. So the same is happening in the Iran-Iraq or USA war also. And the rising IBC filings. Okay, if at all OTS is not there, or restructuring is not acceptable, or there is no other alternative for the financial creditor to go for filing of IBC case. Banks initiate proceedings under Section 7. Operational creditor can file a 9 also. Even operational creditor also, sometimes he is also vexed. And particularly the corporate debtor is not agreed the terms and conditions. There is no other alternative for them except to file. Patterns to similar to the COVID period also. The same situation was happened during pandemic COVID 2019 also. Now repeated due to war. The same circumstances, what was happened in the particular pandemic COVID-19, the similar situation is happening today also on account of war. And a higher MSME insolvency risk is also there. In India, the MSME is called backbone of the country. Once the backbone is not functioning well, lot of insolvency risk will happen. Once MSMEs are insolvency risk, then the corporate will collapse, the government revenue will decrease, government borrowings will increase, banks' non-performing assets will increase, the bank's capital adequacy is not sufficient, banks that a particular rating will also decrease, the depositors withdraw the funds, the bank's asset liabilities mismatch will happen, and some banks will collapse on account of increase in the non-performing asset. All these things are there. MSME fail, no buffer capital. MSME, pure MSME, poor MSMEs. Day and day out, they are struggling with raw materials. Day and day out, they are struggling with the market. Day and day out, they are struggling with the price. Day and day out, they are struggling with the other facilities like electricity, etc., etc. And limited restructuring operations. Restructuring options are very, very limited. Faster movement into insolvency. Okay, once the market is not in the coming days also, there is no hope. Hope is also not there. Then suddenly they will die also. The unit will die. The unit will die. Delay in resolution. War creates insolvency, uncertainty. Valuation changes. Investor uncertainty. I told earlier also, no prospective resolution applicant. No prospective resolution applicant. If no prospective resolution applicant is not there, how the value maximization will happen? Second one, it is a defected company or a disturbed company. So once nobody is purchasing that company, definitely some problems, the problems will arise. War creates investor uncertainty. Valuation challenges are also there. Valuation challenger. Now today market is not up to the mark. Even valuable asset also, it will quote 50% of the market. 50%. Even 25% also. Once you are giving any company, it is very difficult to handle in the present circumstances. That's why the prospective resolution applicants, they don't think about this. Investors uncertainty is there. Valuation challenges are there. Resolution process slows also. Resolution process slow. Once investors are not there, valuation is not there, who will purchase this company? That 180 days is also not sufficient. 180 days is also not sufficient. So all these things are the problems. What creates investors uncertainty, valuation challenges us. Next, low recovery rates. Okay, some buyers are there. Some buyers. No, 100 crores of property I will purchase for 25 crores. One side, the COC will not agree. Second side, the total amount will not be recovered. And this amount, only few people, they will get it. Asset value fall. Asset value fall. Creditors take a larger haircuts. Once nobody is there or somebody is there to purchase the asset with a higher discount, larger haircuts will be there. Larger haircuts. Increase in liquidations. Once the CIRP is failed, there is no other alternative for the resolution professional for liquidation. MSME is less attractive for revival. Investors are also reluctant. Global economy is not up to the mark. Input and output is also not the input are not available. Even if at all available, output is a costly one. Then nobody is ventured to purchase the MSMEs. Many cases end with liquidation. Liquidation, even though 12 months is there, when it will, who will purchase, at what time, all are the question marks on. All are the question marks on. And legal and practical issues under IBC. No automatic production due to war. No, war is there. You dilute and you give the 300 days a time. No, unless until the regulations are changed and if at all any code is to be changed, the parliament is to be accepted. All these things. No automatic protection. Even PP and ERP also during the pandemic it was started. Finally, it is released once the pandemic is over. By the time, the sweet time of that particular struggle of MSME is completed. So no automatic protection due to war. IBC triggered by default, not cause. Not cause. Once it is defaulted, then only IBC will trigger, not the reason. On account of war only IBC came. Nobody will listen. Default is a default or not. Section 7 or 8 and 9, whether default is there or not. That's all. The judicial authority also verified that one. No, sir. On account of war, it was defaulted means there is no clauses, there is no provisions, there is no government notification to defer like a pandemic, COVID, etc., etc. Even genuine war-induced stress leads to insolvency. Induced stress and force major limitations. Even though some clauses are there in the contract, but the contracts may be protected. No, even under circumstances and all these things, you have to pay means they will agree. Contract may be protected, but insolvency continue. Insolvency will continue. Some of the agreements, even whatever happened in the economy, you have to pay means the people will agree and pay. They sign it on the agreements. Okay, contracts may be protected, but insolvency proceedings to continue. Stress on insolvency ecosystem, resolution professional struggle, lack of bidders. Who is the bidders? So that's why I told about the strategic thinking also about this one. The strategic thinking is nothing but strategic thinking, sector-wise, foreign investors, even those who are having a vision in the long run, those investors only they will purchase, not all investors. Not all investors. So the resolution of professional struggle. And so the lack of bidders and all these things are there. And the weak bargaining power in committee of creditors. Higher liquidation probability. Committee of creditors. Bargaining power is lost to the committee of creditors on account of war. It is very difficult to convince the prospective resolution applicants. They are also thinking whether to invest or not to invest. Higher liquidity probability is also there. Once it is in liquidation, each and every the asset to be split and sell it in the market, thereby the value maximization will not happen. Going concern is not happening. So all problems are arise. The weak bargaining in the committee of creditors, MSME specific weakness is there. Higher liquidity, profitable, and the probability is also there. And practical examples. If you see one case one, auto components MSME. That auto components, they are manufacturing auto components. What is the situation? Gas shortage due to war. Production halted. Once the auto components is there, they require gas. Due to war, production halted. Once the production halted, what is the outcome? Supply failure. Penalties will increase. Loan default, IBC filing. So if you see the unit wise or sector wise, then you can know what is the real problem. Second one, export MSME. One unit is export MSME. Okay. Situation. What is the situation? Shipping disruption. Today, so many shipping companies are there. Cargo shipping companies. They are reluctant to carry your goods through disturbed areas because insurance companies are not insuring their ships. Insurance companies are not insuring your goods also. Always you have to take a high risk. High risk means shipping companies, they are reluctant. Okay, If at all due to that particular conflict, if a ship is fired, then complete the company will close. So that's why, okay, I don't want to ship your products. Some of the companies, even they are not ready to export the goods also in this particular scenario. Shipping disruption and cost increase, order cancellations, and outcome, working capital collapse. Once the particular export MSME is not export the goods, then whatever the working capital recycling will not happen. Once the goods are manufactured and sell and the cash is coming, and again they will purchase the raw material and they will pay the wages and salaries, etc. Once the recycling process is not happening and working capital collapse, insolvency triggered. Insolvency triggered. This is case 2. Case 3. Now we are talking about food and hospitality MSMEs. Tourism completely smash. Even other places within the country also, people are reluctant to go. Once they are going, food may be the problem, transport may be the problem. So that's why they don't want to go to the particular this one also. Tourism places, even within the country also, on account of this transportation problem, or on account of a fuel crisis or gas crisis, transportation. Suppose you have taken the tourism to X place. There the hotels are closed. No food is available. You can enjoy the place, but once you eat something, then only you can enjoy. Once the food industry is not the food companies are not there, how to overcome the problem? So situation, LPG shortage is there. Operation shut down. Due to particular this one, a number of restaurants are closed one by one. Some restaurant, whatever their reserves are there, gas reserves, they are using and they are continuing. And if at all it is exhausted, they will purchase in black. How long they will purchase? Outcome, once they close, revenue collapse, unable to pay the creditors. Once there is no revenue, how they will pay to the suppliers? How they pay to the particular wages of the employees month end? All these things are a big problem. All these things. And case 3, case 4, chemical MSMEs. This is a big, big problem. In the coming days, the agriculture will also place forward. Today, in most of the places, the villages not properly electricity. Even though rural electrification corporation is there, still most of the farmers, they are using motors, the diesel motors, to lift the water for the irrigation purpose. And if the diesel is not available, how they will lift the water? Then automatically, once the water is not available, how the crops will grow? And not only that one, even Nagarjuna chemical fertilizers, NFCL, or Coromandel fertilizers. So, fertilizer companies, gas-driven companies. One of the main input of the fertilizers, particularly the urea and other companies, the gas is one of the input. If the input is not available, how they will manufacture the output? This output is input for agriculture. For growing the crop, urea is required. And not only that one, urea is imported from other countries. If a shipping problem is there, war impact is there, how they will import the goods? Outcome, production stop. Once the raw material is not there, gas is not there, the Nagarjuna fertilizer or Coromandel fertilizers, all companies will stop. Production stop. Debt restructuring fails. They will ask, sorry, debt restructuring. The banks will ask 2 years. No, minimum 5 years. Then corporate debtor will not accept for 2 years. Banks are not accepted 5 years. Then fails. Insolvency will happen. Once insolvency, again CIR. Even though banks are ready to bargain with the borrowers, sometimes it may not materialize on account of situation. On account of situation. And now I will discuss about energy dependent manufacturing. Whether it is a chemical or plastics or paints. Today, plastics or paints for real estate, paints are required, like Asian paints and other things. Or once the paints are particularly energy is chemical oriented, and if at all it is not short supply is there, how the real estate one sector is depending on another sector. Time, input intensive, crude oil derivatives like naphtha, benzene, polymers. These are very, very important for chemical or plastic or others. Impact, crude oil prices surged sharply, 40 to 50% plus. Due to supply disruption, Strait of Hormuz or this one, input cost is increasing. Margins shrink. SMEs unable to pass cost to the customer. Okay. The promoters, they will pay extra for inputs. It doesn't mean they will recover that customers if price is more. They will stop the purchase. Okay, today in one house, they want to do the paintings. If a paint costs are more, then they will defer for 1 year. If the paint costs are less, definitely they will choose the painter and they will complete. Thereby, demand will be affected. The input cost is increased, margins shrink, SME unable to pass the cost to the customers. Effect on banks. In this particular scenario, the SMEs, working capital loans increase. They require additional funding. Once the sales are increasing, definitely they will recover some amount. That amount they will distribute to others. So working capital loans increase. High default risk due to margin compression, due to market compression. Banks become cautious in lending to chemical SMEs. Bank become cautious in lending to chemical MSMEs. So the chemical sector, banks, they don't finance. Whatever the finance amount is there, that will continue. No further lending. This amount, whatever the lending they have given, that is also a question mark for them. Further lending, when they will recover, that is also a question mark for them. So here, banks become cautious in lending to SME, chemical SMEs, on account of war impact. And not only that one, automobile and auto components. Today, the major hit is on automobile, not only automobile and the auto components, all are affected because it is a chain effect. And even in communication topology, the bus topology, ring topology, different topologies are there. Communication. If one node is a problem, the rest of the nodes will not work. So that type of situation is coming. Particularly this one, automobile. What is the type? Input or output? Automobile is required for supplying the raw material to carry that output also finished goods. Input rubber, carbon, black, oil base. Output domestic and export. Impact rising oil, higher raw material plus the logistic cost. Export disruptions due to shipping risk. Demand slowdown due to fuel price inflation. Effect on banking. Inventory finance stress. Whatever working capital is there, that is a big problem. Auto MSMEs face cash flow mismatches, and NBC exposed to auto sector face asset quality pressures. Today, one big problem is the non-banking financial companies, NBFCs. The NBFCs are two-wheeler, three-wheeler, two-wheeler means scooter or motorbikes, three-wheeler means autos, four-wheeler cars, or next commercial vehicles, lorries and other things. In the coming days, on account of oil shortage, the big hit will be there on NBFCs. The big hit will be there on the NBFCs. So, IndusInd Bank also, they have started two-wheeler finance, three-wheeler finance, four-wheeler, commercial vehicle, different wings are there. And most of them are hire purchase. Even take, for example, Ola, Uber, Rapido. These companies, the car owners are avail a loan with the Sundaram Finance or different finance companies, and monthly they are paying that particular installments. Today, on account of war, where the petrol or diesel is not available, how they will repay the loans? Definitely they will be defaulted. Definitely checks will be bounced. Definitely their civil ratings will also decrease. So effect on banks, inventory finance stress, working capital. Auto MSMEs face cash flow mismatches. NBFCs exposed to auto sector face asset quality pressures, etc., etc. Cement and building materials. This is another sector. This is another sector which is affected on account of war. What is that one? Cement. Input intensive, this is one. For real estate, cement is required. Cement, concrete mixtures, lot of vehicles are required. Once the diesel or petrol is not there, how the vehicles will move? Coal, pet coke, diesel, all these things. Energy cost rising significantly. Freight cost, definitely it will increase. Profit margin, definitely it will shrink for mid-sized cement companies. And what is the effect on banks? Transport finance, transport operators who have finance, number of cement companies who have finance, all this will turn into non-performing asset. Project finance stress, delay in infrastructure linked repayments, ingredient restructuring request. All these things are there. All these things are there. Engineering and EPC, particularly export-oriented MSMEs. So project constructions, all these things will be hard. In Gulf countries, some of the engineering and EPC pipelines, all these things, particularly the Lawson and Tobro and some of the reputed companies, they are installing that particular engineering, this one, and now they are facing a lot of problems. And their funds are blocked, that are financed by the banks also. financed by the banks also. What is the impact? Output sector, project in Middle East, whether you take a Kuwait or particularly Gulf or Oman, etc., etc. Lot of that infrastructure activities are going on. The pipelines, the oil pipelines, or construction of buildings, and all these things, the infrastructure, all are EPC contracts. The impact, war disturbs the projection projects in Gulf countries, delay cancellation of their contracts. Some of the companies, they lost their assets also on account of the war. Payment cycle lengthen and effect on banks. Export credit risk is always be there in the bank. And letter of credit delays. Once the development is there, people are devolve the credit and the forex exposure risk rises are also. So now the bank's export credit will also be a problem, big problem. Now coming to fertilizer and agri input industry. Because ours is an agrarian economy. Ours is an agrarian economy. 65% or 69% of the people directly or indirectly bank on the agriculture and allied activity. Tractors are required. Tractors require diesel. Once the diesel is not there, how the rural produce, the agriculture produce shifted to the particular this farm towns. Suppose the milk is there, milk, particularly Amul or Mother Dairy, all milk is coming from the villages through cold tankers. If the diesel or petrol is not available, how the milk will come from villages to the milk chilling centers or milk processing centers, companies? Then it is a perishable good. It will be destroyed. It is destroyed at a village only. All these things are side effects. And the particularly the fertilizer and the milk companies are also facing the problem of the impact of the war. What is that one? Input dependent. Gas, ammonia, and imports. Fertilizers, particularly fertilizer shortage due to disturbed supply chains. Price volatility affects agriculture sector as well as MSME sector. Impact on rural demand ecosystem. Rural demand ecosystem. And banks, agriculture repayment capacity weakens. Indirect stress on rural NBFC portfolios. Rural NBFC, because here, once the loans are given to the agriculturist by the banks, and once the agriculture activity is not there, whatever the microfinancial institutions that are provided loans to the agriculture or agriculture labor or self-help groups, how they will repay? So NBFC's portfolio will also be affected on account of this one. And textile and export MSMEs. And textile and export MSMEs, they are also going to face the problem. What is the problem? Output sector and the logistic cost increase because of their yarn or textiles will not reach. Some exports are also there, particularly in Tirupur for Tamil Nadu. Lot of exports are there. Now it is stopped because most of them are chemicals are also to be imported. One of the input for the hosieries or the different the textiles. Logistic cost is increasing. Freight and insurance. And reduce the demand for Europe and Middle East. and the currency volatility impact pricing also. So the currency volatility also impacted the pricing. Some of the people, they don't take the higher price. Now that is inevitable. Effect on banks, particularly export financing stress is also there. Increase in the credit risk in MSME textile clusters, particularly the Coimbatore, the industrial hub, and the Tamil Nadu, that bunions and Tirupur, that also big problem. Like that, wherever the textile parks are there, textile park, that also they are facing this problem of the war, metals and industries. That is also another company, another sector. It is a mixed one. Input energy, output exports. Still, limited impact is there. Okay. Aluminium may be benefited from supplier disruption. Energy intensive SME face cost pressure, and mixed impact is there on account of this sector to the banks. Some sectors benefit metals, others fabrication, SMEs, etc. And logistics, shipping and aviation linked MSMEs. Even banks are also, they have financed a number of transport ships also, and repayment is also there. Once they are not moving the ships, and some ships are collapsed on account of war, how they will repay? The shipping companies and logistic and shipping aviation linked SMEs, logistic support. So cargo, that is uploading or downloading from the ship, that is also badly be affected on account of this war. Logistics, shipping and aviation linked SMS. What is that one? Service output. And straight Hormuz disruption. The freight cost spike. Insurance premiums increase. Some of the insurance companies, they are not issuing the insurance policies also. Shipping delays, rerouting. Once a rerouting is there, shipping delays. Then not only this one, food processing units. If at all ship delay is there, the goods will destroy, and perishability goods are also not useful. Working capital cycles extended by the banks. Cash flow disruptions, EMI delays, all these things are there. And defense and electronics. For selective positive impact is there on defense and electronics. Positive impact. Output sector, this is increase in defense spending, positive. But import dependency on US-Israel components causes a delay. Effect on banks, selective growth of defense SMEs, but supply chain financing risk remains. So once the defense goods are manufactured, but whether it is a raw material or the final products, how they will ship, the transport is required. So all these things are very, very important. The food processing and the consumer MSMEs, the food processing and the MSME consumer MSMEs, input as well as output problem, fuel inflation, transport cost rise, packing, fertilizer cost also increase, demand slowdown due to inflation, that is also a problem. Retail linked MSMEs sees revenue pressure. Retail linked MSMEs sees revenue pressure and high delinquency risk in small borrowers also. So all these things are there. All these things are there. So that's why it is better to understand whenever you are handling any of this in the old one or a new one, it is a big problem. Even in old cases also, no prospective resolution applicants are not available. In that case, some strategic thinking, proactive approach beyond the rules, regulations, and code is also required. This is in brief what I wish to say. And definitely the impact will be there on MSME. Definitely there is an impact is there on IBC cases also. I'm not talking about only IBC, but everywhere the impact is there. Here being a profession in the solve IBC, definitely some impact will also be there. So we have to address the whatever the impact is, impacts are there. We have to address properly. Otherwise, the system may be collapse. So here, everywhere problem is there. In my profession also problem is there. We should not leave it like that. Whatever the best is there, within the the challenges, you have to explore the benefit to maximize the wealth, the maximization, as well as timely, as well as the satisfy all the stakeholders. Then only.
Sir, in the short term, do you think there will be a notification for suspension of CIRP?
Sir.
In the short run, will the government come forward with any notification for suspension of CIRP?
Yes, that a possibility is there, sir. Particularly during the pandemic COVID also, that 1 year deferment is there. And I am forecasting or guessing this will happen. Sir, actually the problems, real problems will start once the after 15 days or 20 days down the line. Definitely people will realize, government will realize what actions are to be taken, then only they will. But proactively also they can, because of whatever I am discussing, all these things, the side effects, definitely they can visualize. Now itself they will address, or now itself they will prepare a blueprint to address all these things. Otherwise, last minute, it is very, very difficult. Once you are proactively thinking and finalizing what are the solutions, then automatically some good results will happen to the society. So, as you told correctly, definitely the deferment of the CIRP, the cases for on account of a war condition, like a pandemic, also they have given 1 year and extension like that, 6 months and extension, another 6 months like that. Here, even 1 year is also not suffice. But at the same time, you can explore the PPIR. That day, the 10th or 11th, my class is there. 13th or 14th class is there. How to grab the PPIRP proposals in this particular challenging period. Sir, challenges are also there. At the same time, in challenges also, opportunities are also available. So, during that particular time, I will discuss how to grab the proposals, what are the ways and means. In this particular crisis also, we have to use our talent and skills to grab the opportunities. So this is in brief about what I wish to tell. And if at all any questions are there, we will discuss. If there is no questions, then wind up. Is it okay, sir?
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, madam, for giving me an opportunity to discuss about the impacts of war on MSME, Indian MSME, as well as IBC cases. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
To place
Ah,
on
thank you.
record the relevant cards whereby a process of allotment, conversion of the debenture into the equity shareholder has
Raju.
started, and a date
What time are we supposed to rejoin, Anjali ma'am? You there?
Participants, please rejoin for the session at 2 p.m.
Okay.
Sorry, ma'am, we didn't get you.
2 p.m. She said it. 2 p.m.
Okay, 2 p.m.
Participants, now the session will start at 2:15. Suhasini ma'am, shall we start? Shall we start, ma'am?
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, we can start. Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Now the second session will be taken by Suhasini ma'am. She will be taking session on the topic resolution plan models in case law. Let me briefly introduce her. Ma'am has done MCOM and law. She is advocate, company secretary, and insolvency professional. She is triple gold medalist and university topper in law. She has over 15 years of experience as CS. She has worked with Ujjivan Financial Services, BSP, Agis Infotech, HSC, and Broking House at Bangalore. Currently, ma'am is founder and designated partner at P2S Niyam Advisors, who are partners with Ananco, LLP, a reputed firm in multidisciplinary consulting firm. Now, I request ma'am to start the session, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all to this session, post-lunch session. The topic for today is resolution plan models under IBC, as well as some case laws. And we will also discuss what are the key contours of the resolution plans which are being implemented during the in the IBC. So let's start. Thank you, Anjali ma'am. Thank you for your warm introduction. So I want this session to be interactive session. So I'll keep discussing about my presentation on the topics, resolution plan models, and few case laws also we will cover. And I request members to kindly keep interactive, and wherever if they have any doubts, they can ask me, or in the chat box they can type. We can take it later, or during the session if anyone wants to share their experience, they can as well share their experience on the topic. So when we are discussing about the resolution plan is the one of the key I can say one of the key words in the IBC, entire IBC. So what is the main object of IBC is the resolution of the distressed asset. So when we discuss what is the object of IBC code, what is the intent of legislature bringing this IBC code, why this code has been crafted, it is to get a time bound resolution and speedy resolution for the distressed CD and maximize the value of the asset of the distressed CD and promote entrepreneurship. So once the asset is stressed and there are no entrepreneurs who are running or running the corporate data as a going concern, the new SRA will come in and will take up and continue the operations of the corporate data. So which will in turn help promoting the entrepreneurship in the market. Then availability of credit. Once there is a resolution and the creditors are paid, so the credit gets into the market. So with the one more object of IBC is to consolidate all the laws relating to the insolvency and to consolidate all the laws relating to the insolvency into one code. So earlier there were scattered laws which which is now codified into IBC. And the one more important object of IBC is to balance interest of stakeholders. So the corporate debtor will have various stakeholders like financial creditors, operational creditors, employees, statutory authorities, and various other stakeholders which are dealing with the corporate debtor. So to bring a balance of interest of all stakeholders, the IBC has come into existence. So when we are discussing about the objects of IBC, the most important one is time-bound resolution. So how the resolution happens to the distressed asset is through a resolution plan which is proposed by the prospective resolution applicant in the CIRP process, or even during the liquidation process, the CD can be sold as a going concern through a proposed merger or amalgamation through section 230. So before discussing what is resolution plan. So resolution plan is clearly defined under the code section 5 subclause 26, which defines resolution plan as a plan proposed by the resolution applicant for the insolvency resolution of the corporate debtor as a going concern. So if we see, there are two important terms here. One is the resolution plan, the other one is the resolution applicant. So the resolution plan has to be proposed by the resolution applicant. So what is resolution plan? So there were earlier, prior to 2019, there was no clarity what is resolution plan, but for removal of doubts, IBB has clarified that resolution plan may include the provisions for even including the restructuring of the corporate debtor by way of merger, amalgamation and demerger. So to resolve a corporate debtor which is under distress, a resolution applicant proposes a plan to keep the company, the debtor as a corporate debtor as a going concern. It can be proposed through way of merger, amalgamation or demerger. Again, it is during the CIRP, it is a resolution plan, and during the liquidation, it is through section 230. A scheme of merger or amalgamation or demerger is proposed either by the creditor or by the shareholder. So here we know the purpose of CIRP is to get a resolution plan, that is for restructuring and revival of the corporate debtor. If this corporate resolution plan gives a new life to CD through restructuring of its debt and payment to its discharge of its debt to all the creditors who submit the claim in the process, and ensure smooth and effective functioning of the corporate debtor after the approval of the plan. So who are the main important stakeholders in the resolution plan? If you see, the first important pillar who supports in the resolution plan is the IRP or RP, insolvency professional or the resolution professional, and the committee of creditors and the resolution applicant and the NCLT. They play very critical role in the resolution plan contours. Completely, these four category of stakeholders are involved in the resolution plan. That is, the resolution professional will issue an expression of interest. So here I want to clarify to the members here, a resolution applicant can submit a resolution plan only if there is an expression of interest. But however, there are few NCLTs which are setting some, they are giving judgments even if the without submitting EOA, some applicants are going and submitting their plan to NCLT. But however, if we see the precedents in the past, even if they approach the NCLT without submitting the expression of interest, NCLTs are redirecting them to the resolution professional. So they are asking the RP to verify the resolution plan and do the due diligence and place it before the COC. So if you see strictly, if you interpret the law, the resolution applicant has to submit the expression of interest before the RP or IRP, then the process starts. So here initially the process starts with the issue of the expression of interest, that is Form G is published. So in response to that Form G, the resolution applicants submit their interest in the CRP process to submit the plan. So once they submit the expression of interest, then when expression of interest is given, there is a document called detailed expression of interest. So when detailed expression of interest is prepared, RP has to consult committee of creditors. So the expression detail, the criteria, eligibility criteria to submit their interest to the corporate debtor, some conditions are to be decided between the RP and the committee of creditors. They have to consider what kind of corporate debtor, whether it is a going concern, what is the asset base, and what kind of resolution applicants they are looking at. And if they want to prescribe some kind of net worth to the resolution applicants, they have to prescribe in that detailed EOI which is prepared. So they will provide RP in consultation with COC will decide what should be the eligibility criteria for a resolution applicant to bid for this company. So, for example, in our case, the company was a going concern. So, they were almost having close to 70 to 80 crores of turnover they were doing. So, COC has proposed for a 500 crores net worth for the prospective resolution applicant to bid for this company. So sometimes what after the initial days of lessons, the committees and the RPs are now very carefully deciding on the eligibility criteria of the prospective resolution applicants. They are prescribing some minimum net worth and some kind of experience in case if the CD is operating in a critical sector, or based on the operations of CD, the COC, RP in consultation with COC will decide on the eligibility criteria. Suppose if the detailed EOI also will have some terms and conditions, like suppose if the prospective resolution applicant is not submitting individually, if they are submitting as a consortium, or 2 or 3 parties are coming together and submitting their resolution plans. So in that case, what should be the net worth? Whether the net worth of all the 3 applicants will be calculated together for the eligibility, or what is that individually, what is their criteria? Suppose if it is a financial sector, the COC may decide on the AUM, assets under management. What is the assets under management of the prospective resolution applicant? So like this, I'm just giving few examples wherein the committee of creditors and RP will decide on the eligibility criteria for the prospective resolution applicants who are going to submit the EOI for this company, which is admitted into CIRP. And then I'm just giving a brief summary how the resolution plan, how the routes are established in the CRP process, how the process starts. So once the EOI is issued and detailed EOI is floated, then in response to that, the EOI is issued in the largest widely circulated newspapers of the registered office where the company is situated, or principal place of business, or wherever RP feels that there are significant operations of the corporate data, that places, that location, Form G can be issued. And if the company is very big, operating companies, majorly like is as a practice, RP is giving in nation all widely circulated, all the nation published newspapers they are giving. So once Form G is issued, then detailed EOI is also given to the prospective resolution applicants who send their emails through email. If they get back to the IRP or RP, a detailed EOI is shared, then they'll submit their expression of interest. Then starts the process. RP has to prepare information memorandum. Information memorandum also in compliance of the regulations provided under CRP regulations, the details of assets, liabilities, what are the claims of each category of creditors, and what are the corporate guarantees given, and the litigation, number of employees, and what are the legal cases. These are just a few examples I'm giving. So all these details have to be provided in the information memorandum, which has to be issued to the prospective resolution applicants to do their due diligence and submit their resolution plan. So in this process, RP again discusses with the COC, with the approval of COC, they will also have a evaluation criteria, evaluation matrix. That means if a company receives more than one or two resolution plans, how they are going to evaluate the bids, how they are going to evaluate the plans. So that eligibility criteria also need to be issued to the prospective resolution applicants. So usually they'll have quantitative and qualitative parameters for deciding on the resolution applicants, how they will be evaluated. Then we have one more important process document, that is a request for resolution plan. So this is, although there are no regulations on RFRP, but it says, yes, Vishwajit sir.
Ma'am, once this information memorandum and expression of interest, these are issued, they can be subsequently amended.
Expression of interest, detailed EOI, no, sir. Let me just take you through the regulations once.
Madam, the EOI date can be extended, no?
Yeah, sir, EOI date can be extended, but that conditions cannot be amended.
Right.
EOI dates can be extended. You are right. Correct.
Right, ma'am.
Yes. EOI, yes, sir. Let me just check the CRP regulations. So regulation 36A deals with EOI. It has to be published in one English newspaper, one regional language, and also website of the corporate data, and also website designated by IBBI. So it has to be issued within 60 days of commencement. Then, yeah. So eligibility criteria, you cannot modify, sir. Only the timelines. So if at all there is no response from the market, if we have not received any bids for the Form G issued, in that case, with RP can inform the COC, can extend the timelines for expression of interest. But again, those timelines also we need to ensure that it is not beyond that 180 days. Then again, if extension of 90 days is taken, we have to ensure that we are not breaching on those timelines. So those timelines are critical.
This extension of deadline of this expression of interest, you have to go to the NCLT again to get approval.
Expression of interest timelines, no need to go to NCLT, sir. Only for extension of CIRP period, we need to go to NCLT. See, if you are able to complete with extension within 180 days, that is fine. No need to go to NCLT. But again, your timelines are extending beyond 180 days. Then you want further 90 days extension. First, you have to go back to COC and take their approval with 66% of their voting. Then again, make an application with the adjudicating authority and get their approval. Yes. For extension of CIRP period. But for extension of timelines in your EOI, no need to go to NCLT. But again, those timelines you have to see within that bracket of 180 plus 90 days. So hope I have clarified your doubt, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going through it. Yeah.
Okay. So when we are discussing about the resolution plan, what is the process and what are the few CRP regulations in this regard. Another important person is resolution applicant. So who is resolution applicant? Resolution applicant is a person, this is as per section, who individually or jointly with any other person submits a resolution plan to the resolution professional pursuant to the invitation made under section 25(2)(h) or section 54K. So section 54K is pre-pack. So here I was discussing from initial time of this presentation, resolution applicant can be an individual or who can jointly with any other person, they can submit the resolution plan. So here I want to raise one practical question here. If a resolution applicant is not submitted EOI, can he enter as a resolution applicant at later point of time with if anyone can answer this question?
No, he cannot. He should submit the EOI before submitting the plan, and he should come as the eligible EOI.
You are right.
Eligible PRA.
Yes, sir. You are right, sir. As per strictly, if we interpret the provisions, he has to submit his EOI. See, if you see the definition, it is very clear that who submits a resolution plan pursuant to the invitation made. That means he should have participated in the invitation.
Right.
But in practice, in some of the NCLTs, some of them who have not submitted EOI, who have missed their EOI, they are going to NCLT and they are submitting their application to consider them as the prospective resolution applicant. Majority of the times NCLTs are considering and they are redirecting their EOI to the RPs. So if it is not at the advanced stages, even RP and COC has to consider them as the resolution applicant. These are practices in the bench. So we have been discussing resolution plan, resolution applicant. So usually the resolution plan object is to business revival, that is to keep the CD as a going concern, and usually creditors in the market, they see what is the highest creditor recovery. Then job preservation. So it is through the resolution plan, the CDs are getting resolved and the jobs of the employees are preserved. Then legal precedents and strong investor confidence in the distressed assets. So through resolution plan, majority of the distressed assets have been resolved and successfully implemented. If we see many resolution plans which are successfully implemented, big cases like SR, Bhushan Steel, then we have Shrey, Binani Cement, then JP Infra and Vasanai. These are few cases which we can discuss going forward, how the resolution plans have been structured. So when we see what is resolution plan, it is a detailed proposal. In EBIC Singapore, it was held that it is a contract between the resolution applicant and the COC for a resolution plan to keep the company as a going concern. It is a plan submitted through a contract, and this contract is binding on all the stakeholders after the approval of the plan by the NCLT. So again, if we see the contours of Indian Contract Act, but here the resolution plan is a contract, but provided it complies with the provisions of IBC and the regulations and the framework under IBC for the CIRP process. And if we see the mandatory contents of the resolution plan, which is there under section 30 subclause 2, as well as regulations, on a plain reading, it says that the resolution plan has to provide for the mainly comply with the IBC as well as all other laws and the regulations provided under there. One is the resolution plan has to provide for the payment of insolvency resolution process cost and the fair and equitable distribution to the operational creditors and the dissenting FCs as per provisions of IBC, that is minimum liquidation value. Then the plan has to provide how the management of the corporate debtor affairs are managed after the resolution plan approval. And is the plan feasible and viable? And the effective implementation of the plan is properly laid down. What is the process after the approval of resolution plan, how the plan is going to be implemented? And if there are any approvals required to be obtained from any statutory or regulatory authorities, whether the process is provided. So recently we have seen in the Supreme Court has clarified that in case if a resolution plan is giving rise to these restrictive trade practices. So in that case, the Competition Commission of India's approval is prior to COC approval. So now the Supreme Court has clarified in case any approvals are required, especially some are post approval and some are prior approval from COC. So these have to be whether this is provided. Earlier, there were a lot of confusion about the PMLA also. Whenever there was ED attachment, how this has to be provided under the resolution plan. And what are the terms to be provided in case if the resolution plan, if the assets of the corporate data are attached by the PMLA. So now with the amendment from IBBI, now the declaration and undertaking has to be submitted on the commencement of CIRP by the RP and with the PMLA special court, and that process, whatever RP takes up during the process, those also need to be included in the resolution plan, how they have sought the approvals and what is the stage of the PMLA, pursuing the PMLA application. So these things have to be compulsorily, mandatorily to be provided in the resolution plan. And one very important point I want to bring to the participants here notice is the resolution applicant's capability to implement the plan. If we see the statistics on IBBI, majority of the plans which are not getting implemented, there are reasons not only assigned to the corporate data and the market, the resolution applicant's capability to implement the plan. So while providing the source of, yes, sir, Bishwajit, sir.
Could you please come back to the PMLA part? Could not get that correctly. Regarding PMLA, what are we supposed to do in the resolution plan?
Sir, if you see the latest amendment from IBBI, I'll explain both the things. So earlier, prior to the IBBI amendment, which has come recently, some 4 or 5 months back, which says that the assets of the corporate data are attached by a ED attachment, Enforcement Directorate attachment under PMLA. Those details have to be provided in the resolution plan. Suppose now after the amendment, the RP has to make an application before the special court under PMLA, giving an undertaking which is again prescribed by the IBBI that the assets of the corporate debtor will be utilized only for the benefit of the creditors. That means, hope I am making sense to you, sir. Hope I am clear.
Court RP will make application.
Yes, whenever the corporate debtor assets are attached by the Enforcement Directorate and the corporate debtor is under CIRP, the resolution is for the assets of the corporate debtor. In that case, as per the new amendment from IBBI, the RP has to move an application submitting an undertaking that the assets currently which are under CIRP of the corporate debtor will be utilized only for the benefit of the creditors. Those undertaking declarations have to be moved with an application with the PMLA court. Then PMLA court will make a note of this, and whatever is the stage of that application, in case if there is a specific order from PMLA court, then those details also need to be mentioned so that tomorrow in the implementation of the plan, the SRA will have the clarity on the assets of the corporate debtor.
It means the assets, although they are attached under the PMLA, they will be continued under CIRP and they can be used for CIRP.
Yes. Absolutely, yes. And it will be the PMLA court will take up this application if at all the undertaking is submitted by RP. That undertaking is mandatory along with the application with to PMLA. That undertaking specifies these assets will be utilized only for the benefit of the creditors.
Okay.
Yeah, so we are just discussing what are the mandatory contents in a resolution plan. So these are the few mandatory contents. Even if we go very detailed in the regulations, then we will have what are the mandatory requirements of the resolution plan. So we were discussing few of them, like here has the provisions for effective implementation and necessary approvals. That means for effective implementation, if you are supposed to take any approvals from any statutory or regulatory authorities, what is that stage, whether you have applied, what is the application status, those details have to be provided in the resolution plan. And the resolution applicant has the capability to implement the plan. That means the source of funds from where the resolution applicant is going to pay to all the creditors in the resolution plan during the implementation of the plan. So if we see in larger cases, the resolution plan is a phased manner. In one of our case, the CD is a going concern, whereas there are no assets like land and buildings and plant and machinery. The company has only projects, governance projects, and some of the very good projects from various statutory government authorities. They were doing good business. But in that case, the resolution applicant has submitted the plan, whereas he has given a staggered resolution plan. That is, the plan will be implemented in 26 months, 24 months. So in that 24 months, the committee of creditors, while assessing the resolution plan, while deciding on the feasibility and viability, they have to consider properly whether the resolution applicant has the capability to implement the plan. That means what are his source of funds, what is his net worth, and if he is generating any revenues from any business, what is that the projections, how is the market. So all these details, some of them will be provided in the IM, and sometimes it will be discussed, and in majority of the times, sometimes committee of creditors will seek clarifications from RP. And even while doing the valuation also, while deciding on the valuation, they will assess what is the value of this company. So when all these projections, if it is a going concern without any assets, so these are some of the important factors which will help COC to decide whether the resolution applicant will be able to implement the plan. So I was just taking example of my case only. When the registered valuers came up for valuing the corporate data, since it has only the projects, SFA assets, no other assets, that time getting a projections, getting the understanding the market, understanding the market where CD was operating, how the projects will be assigned, how the CD can get the projects, what kind of projections COC, the company is giving, the management or the RP is providing to the valuers. So all this has some kind of linkage to the resolution applicant also, because here the plan has been provided by the resolution applicant in a staggered way. He is also given a condition saying that some of the part of payments towards the plan will be from the operations, the revenue generated from the operations. So these are all some linked factors for the assessing the resolution applicant's capability to implement the plan. And even practically, if we see, NCLTs are very, very particular about on the implementation of the resolution plan. So usually I have experience of attending hearings of close to 15 resolution plan applications. So I have seen NCLTs will touch on majorly 3-4 important points. So they will ask, they will see whether the process is run properly. They'll go through the Form H thoroughly, because the Form H contains complete details how the process is run right from giving the public announcement. So they'll go through completely thoroughly whether the process is run properly in compliance, and whether the CRP cost is provided and the mandatory contents like dissenting FCs and operational creditors are provided. And one important is the implementation of the resolution plan. And in the implementation, again, the capabilities will come, that is capability of the resolution applicant to meet the funds for the implementation of the plan. So these are very, very critical when a resolution plan is structured. These are mandatory requirements. Otherwise, other things are like any other commercial restructuring, but these are very few mandatory things which an IP or a stakeholder need to look in while preparing a resolution plan. So if we see what are the core models approaches for the resolution plan. So here mostly resolution plans are to be designed only maximize the value of the assets rather than selling them. So if at all any resolution plan proposes for selling them, the NCLTs will not approve those plans. So mostly they will give preference to the going concern survival. So the core intent of IBC is to keep the CD as a going concern. Then the other one is restructuring and reorganizing. They will reorganize completely the capital structures. It can be through amalgamation, demergers with other entities. If we have seen in Shrey equipment and also Videocon cases, there were demergers and amalgamations with other entities. And sale of assets or business. Here, the resolution plans are allowed by selling part or whole of the business assets. So whether it can be, currently it can be allowed by selling a part of the asset. And sometimes creditors will accept equity shares, swap of equity with debt with equity, and also some in lieu of debt repayments. Then for the listed companies, it is cancellation and delisting of the shares. That is again mandatory public holding of 5% has to be maintained. Again, the SEBI guidelines has to be looked into. So if we see how a resolution plan has to be structured, usually it is a contract. But again, the contract contours has to be in compliance with the resolution plan, IBC code. And most of the times, if it is not a big companies, not a going concern, small companies, usually it contains from 40 to 50 pages. And large companies, it is from 80 to 100 pages of the resolution plan terms. This is excluding the annexures. So usually when you give a request for resolution plan, so before going on to resolution plan, there is a document that is a request for resolution plan that contains a relation how a resolution applicant will communicate with the RP and he will submit the resolution plan. So RFRP will contain all the terms how the resolution plan has to be submitted, manner, and what are the formats in which the resolution plan has to be submitted, mandatory contents of the resolution plan, as well as performance bank guarantee. So this is very critical. Without a performance bank guarantee, a resolution plan is void. Without a PBG, resolution plan is void. So till the completion of the resolution plan term, the performance bank guarantee has to be maintained by the successful resolution applicant. So After the resolution plan is approved by the committee of creditors, the successful resolution applicant is being issued a letter of intent. He is being issued a letter which contains the submission of performance guarantee. So performance guarantee, usually in market, people prefer 10 to 20% of the plan amount. Suppose 100 crores is the resolution plan, 15% means around 15 crores they have to keep as a performance bank guarantee till the last tranche is paid, or it again depends it's a contract, so it depends from CD to CD. COC can decide till when the performance bank guarantee has to be maintained. So the resolution plan is submitted as per the RFRP issued to them. And if the company is a going concern, one of the important, again, mandatory contents of resolution plan now with the amendments, we have the avoidance transactions. So suppose during the CRP process, if there are any preferential, undervalued or fraudulent or extortionate transactions which are identified, and the RP files an application for adjudication of those transactions, and after the approval of resolution plan, who will pursue this application, avoidance application? And how the proceeds, if any, recovered from these avoidance transactions has to be paid? In what ratio? How the manner of distribution of these avoidance recovery? All those have to be mandatorily provided under the resolution plan. And if suppose CD is a going concern, the COC and SRA will have a cutoff date to decide on till which date the revenue generated from the going concern will be shared between the committee of creditors, that is financial creditors, or the SRA. So these are all very critical, and if CD is a going concern, please ensure that how the revenues of the corporate debtor has to be decided. Decide some cutoff date till the approval of NCLT order for a resolution plan, or some cutoff date before that. What will be the revenue generated, how it has to be distributed. So those are all to be very critical issue beforehand. Otherwise, this will lead into litigation during the implementation of the plan. And one more important point is, when a financial structure is being decided, when a SRA proposes a financial plan for payment or distribution to creditors, please ensure that EPFO is provided 100%. By now, market is very clear with the Jet Airways Supreme Court precedent. 100% of the EPFO claims have to be provided. And if you see in market, although the precedents are very clear, EPFO submits their claim with delay. And without passing the assessment orders, they submit the claim. So how, as an RP, you will take this up? Can anyone have any insights to share on this? Or some experienced RPs are also there. Can you just throw some light how EPFO claims are being dealt for the distribution? Okay, so what I'll try to explain is practical. I'll explain 3 resolution plans. One is, in our case, EPFO has submitted, say, suppose 5 crores of claim. 5 crores consists of principal, interest, and damages due to the EPFO authority. And the company records are showing only some 4 crores or 3 crores only. So during the process, you need to write to the EPFO saying that what happens with EPFO is they have the records, they have the ECRs submitted by the companies. So what they do is in their books, they will try to bring the liability based on the last ECRs. They will try to, since the no returns are filed by the CD, they will try to bring the liability in their books, and the liability may be high. If you come to reality with the corporate data, some of the employees would have left after that, and you have not filed any returns with the EPFO. They don't have records. So what you need to do is you need to write to the company. You need to write to EPFO saying that these are the company records liability, these are the number of employees who have left, and this is what is the current status, current liability as on commencement of CIRP. And if assessment orders are not passed, then EPFO, since it is moratorium, they will not take up assessments during entire CRP process. So if assessment orders are not given to you, what I have done in few cases is we have admitted only principal and interest, because it is the responsibility of EPFO to write to the companies regularly, asking them to for passing the assessment orders. In case if there are delays, they have to write to the companies asking them to provide the data and file the returns in case to pass the assessment order to determine the liability of the company. So if you see in big cases, in my case, there are EPFO Hyderabad has submitted 26 crores liability, and 26 crores in that 10 crores were towards damages, and remaining were 16 crores were towards principal and interest. And also those 16 crores also, they don't have the assessment orders. If you see the company records, majority 12 out of 12,000 employees, close to 7 or 8,000 employees left in between. So they didn't pass the assessment orders. So all these practical issues or challenges are there. So it again depends. Although Supreme Court clarified later on due to the issues at EPFO, some of the NCLAT judgments are supporting that if the assessment orders are not passed, RP can take a view on the claim submitted by EPFO. So accordingly, what I have done is I have rejected the damages. I have only admitted principal and interest. So SRA has provided only to the tune of 16 crores, and 10 crores damages he has not provided. So now what happens? Now in EPFO has submitted, EPFO went and appealed against the approval of resolution plan that their damages are not admitted. So in this case, the SRA has provided a term in the resolution plan stating that whatever is the damages component order, the entitlement of the financial creditors will get reduced to the tune of the judgment from NCLAT. So these are all very, very, very critical when the resolution plan is getting discussed at the COC. When the PRA is discussing the resolution plan with COC, all these small nitty-gritties, important terms like which are going to create any future litigations or future issues, those things meticulously, each term has to be studied. And as an RP, it is your duty, because by then you will understand how the CD is functioning and what are the issues which may come up in future. So all this beforehand need to assess and prepare. If any terms are not viable, to present to COC as well as PRA and explain them to submit with the revised terms. So in one of our case, what has happened, the CD was operating at various units, 700 to 800 tin facilitation centers. So when tin facilitation centers franchises were given the business license to operate, that time they submitted some security deposit of each some 1 lakh. So what has happened during the process, when the CD was under stress, they utilized that security deposit amount. So now when SRA was proposing the plan, very cleverly, in the last moment, fag end of the plan to be put up for resolution plan approval before COC, they have inserted a term stating that these security deposits, whatever company has collected, is again a liability to SRA. So what he has put is, it is a liability to SRA. So whatever the cash accruals during the business accrued to the financial creditors up to that cutoff date, please deduct this security deposit amount and pay to the SRA, to the company. So this term was somehow missed in the due diligence because that was submitted in the last. So when we were distributing the cash surplus during the implementation of the plan, SRA has raised this term, and there was some 2 crores which there was a cut to the creditors. So each and every term is very critical while structuring the resolution plan. So usually when the resolution plan is submitted, the RP collates all the documents, and he will do the due diligence, and each and every term, and also section 29A compliance, all this will be done through a due diligence process by RP. So if we see how the committee of creditors evaluate the plans, they will evaluate based on the evaluation matrix and also through the records deliberations on the feasibility and viability of the plan which is submitted. And again, after the COC approval, it will be the adjudicating authority who will approve the plan. So if we see one case, that is JP Infra, here what has happened, the land was monetized. The plan was proposed in such a way that land was monetized, and also the cash flow from projects were distributed among the COC as well as the SRA, although there was a delivery in phased manner to the real estate allottees. But this is again one of the important, very critical resolution plan which is structured on the land monetization process. This is one of the successful resolution plan which is being implemented, where Yamuna Express Highway, they continued the rights for the rights for operating to JP Infra. So the resolution plan is a contract which is a distinct from ordinary contracts. It is again a resolution plan which is under a framework of IBC, again subject to procedural scrutiny of adjudicating authority. So this was held in EBIC, Singapore. It is not a simple contract. So when we see how the methodology and plans are provided, it is again through a significant changes like reconstitution of the shareholding structure, replacement and of the management, then complete corporate governance and accountability mechanisms are changed. It is compulsory, the SRA has to provide how the shareholding pattern is going to be, whether the shareholding structure is going to change and how it is going to change, who will be the shareholders and who are the management, who is going to replace, who are the directors. Those details have to be provided, even to ensure that section 29A compliance, related party compliance is taken care. And also how the corporate governance is going to be, and after the post approval of resolution plan, and who are accountable. The accountability mechanism also need to be provided in the resolution plan. So if we see in ILFS, this ILFS was one of the private sector financing of infrastructure projects in India. So they were complex conglomerates, over 300 subsidiaries of joint ventures, SPVs. They were into various sector financing like power, ports, real estate, financial services. So they had major subsidiaries like ILFS Transportation Networks, ILFS Financial Services, Energy Development Company Limited, and Engineering and Construction Company Limited. Here, what has happened? ILFS has borrowed aggressively through short-term instruments to fund the long-term projects. So here there was asset liability mismatch and there were delayed receivables, even cost overruns. So here over leveraged of SPVs caused liquidity stress. Then again, in 2018, there was defaults and it triggered panic in financial markets. Even there was consolidated group debt of around 99,355 crore external debt, and also fund-based liabilities they had. And there were 347 lenders across ILFS. Since ILFS was a systematic important company, as we know, RBI guidelines, NBFC systematic importance, NBFC. Here NCLT has superseded the existing board. So what has happened here? The new board has come into existence under the chairmanship of Kotak, Uday Kotak. So here they have been given a mandate by NCLT saying that stabilize, resolve, and revive. So the company was legally supervised through a process where they wanted the new board to stabilize and then resolve and revive. So here the board has done some process of mapping the assets and liabilities. They did a asset and liability mapping. They conducted a comprehensive forensic and asset review. There they identified total external liabilities and corresponding realizable values from there. Then forensic audits were conducted by Big Four. The process again revealed some cross-holdings, intercompany loans, and circular debt within the ILFS group companies. Then they have categorized the group companies into the entire 302 entities into 3 categories. One is entities which are servicing all debt obligations. Then again, entities which are partially servicing. Again, it is required for limit support, like for restructuring, they have done this. And red, which are non-viable entities, which are not able to service the debt. Then again, after this, the board has focused on the gray, partial capacity, and also non-viable entities. Then again, they continued the operations which are under green entities. Then monetization methods which included in this is sale of assets and subsidiaries like road assets, renewable energy units. Some of the assets were sold and transferred to infrastructure investment trust. Some InvIT assets were transferred and one-time settlements. With some of the lenders, they entered an OTS. Then again, writing back the guarantees and termination of some non-based fund limits. So here, usually a central resolution framework was approved by NCLAT. So here, NCLAT had a central resolution framework, which consisted of, again, creditors. They have participated in approving all these settlements and also the interim distribution. So these are all monitored, supervised by NCLAT. So NCLAT was the supervisory tribunal here. They have ensured that moratorium is continued, and also they have set a timelines up to 2022. But again, as of 31st March 2025, the NCLAT extension was given. Then again, board has been regularly filing the progress reports. So here, what is a final resolution which the board has to close is they have to discharge maximum debt and also close the dormant entities and transfer viable, sustainable assets to the resolution applicant, and also they have to restore the group solvency for revival, and also wherever possible some are to be dissolved. So as of 2025, if we see 196 entities were resolved and still 105 are remaining under moratorium for NCLAT supervisory tribunal. So as routinely they have asked some reliefs, waivers and concessions from especially from the regulatory support, RBI, SEBI and MCA, and creditor cooperation also. And regarding the governance and transparency framework, they have set up an independent oversight committees for audit, resolution and compliance. They have a different buckets of committees which will oversee the entire process. So if we see in this was the story of ILFS, and also we have discussed about the JP Infra, how the land has been monetized and how the cash flow from projects have been the main contour in the resolution plan, and how they have retained the rights on the Yamuna Express Highway for the operations. So these three things led to the success in JP Infra. And also in ILFS, we have seen how the subsidiaries have been categorized, asset liabilities have been categorized, and how the entire plan contours have been under the NCLAT supervision. But however, if you come to the down level, again, the entire things have been under the committees, and especially the creditors were controlling the process with the new board. Then when we come to another third one, how the resolution plan is structured here. So as from beginning, I was discussing about the Karvi cases. So as you all know, Karvi is one of the largest conglomerate, famously known as Karvi Group. They were pioneers in governance, fintech, and many prestigious government projects they have taken up, like identity management, Aadhaar, then any banking related backend softwares. Karvi Group companies were working not only in fintech, but they were also working with the airports. They were providing support services to the airports. Some 11 airports they were supporting, as well as they were providing AMC services to Deloitte and some of the MNCs. So like this, if we see, it was a very large conglomerate. But what has happened due to the group company compliances, legal issues? Not that fund was a crunch for them. It was only the group related legal issues with the regulators which led to the downtrend in the Karvi case. So if you see, there were major issues with SEBI as well as the Enforcement Directorate. So SEBI has issued various orders against the promoters as well as few group companies for violation of SEBI laws as well as money laundering. So then majority of the Karvi companies, they never had any assets like land and buildings and plant and machinery. Majority of them were, few companies had land and buildings, but few companies were running on the projects, and the projects were funded through the banks, through bank guarantees, through public financial institutions, banks. So when the company come under the lens of SEBI and ED, then banks also got little jittery in funding them for the bank guarantees, because of which the projects were not able to meet the mandatory requirements to the vendors. So the bidding eligibility. So when it came for bidding eligibility, they were not able to provide the audited financials because of the stigma from SEBI and ED. No, none of the auditors came forward to audit the books of Carvey Group company. So like this, multiple things led to stress in this group. Then when CRP was initiated in this company, there were close to 56 COC members. And preparing a information memorandum in this company and preparing the projections for the future, getting the valuations, and also answering to the due diligence to the prospective resolution applicants. And when resolution applicants also wanted to structure a resolution plan, this company, they were unable to understand how to structure a resolution plan for this company. So there were a lot of issues, there were a lot of questions which have come up from the resolution applicants, how to structure a resolution plan. So nearly 4 key prospective resolution applicants were interested in structuring a resolution plan. Then one company has appointed Deloitte, one company has appointed EY. Then coordination with them, discussing the nitty-gritties, discussing about the CD issues, understanding the operations and understanding the projections, business values, and also going into the past and going forward. Even we used to read this reports from government, from I'll just give that agency name. So just give me a minute. Niti Aayog, sorry. So going through some of the very important reports from Niti Aayog to understand, because the company was operating especially in the governance and government related projects. So usually the key managerial persons have given us some reports from Niti Aayog. So we need to understand. I used to read all those reports, and then we used to discuss with the Big Four team who used to come for structuring a resolution plan for this company. What is going to be the potential and what is the expertise this company has? What is the governance? What is the, like, if you see the digitization of land records of the government, it is very, very difficult to get the digitization of government records. But this company had an edge. So what is that from Niti Aayog reports? What are the plans of government, where the government is bringing development, where projects in pipeline? So all this need to be understand and explained to the PRS. So although this is not, see, as per the IBC code, what is the duty of RP? RP has to provide all the information, all the data, all the clarifications required by the prospective resolution applicant about the company, about the corporate data to provide a resolution plan. So what happens when you issue an information memorandum, when you issue an RFRP, you are also providing a virtual data room to the prospective resolution applicants, wherein all the available data of the company, suppose company has group companies, company legal cases, all the information will be provided and they will do a due diligence. They will do a complete due diligence of the company. So in that case also, when the professionals appointed by PRA, they also have a lot of doubts about the company. In that case, as an RP, you have to go little over edge. You have to go over the board and try to understand what is the potential of the CD. And we have, in our information memorandum, we have given an excellent SWOT analysis. The entire information memorandum, preparing an information memorandum took me 1 week. But when I was preparing a SWOT analysis of the corporate data, it took more than 10 days. Because just one of that page of SWOT analysis of the corporate data, even the Big Fours have appreciated that SWOT analysis, have explained, like given them some insights for preparing the resolution plan. So that SWOT analysis we were able to prepare only after reading the relevant material, like Niti Aayog reports I have read, to understand what is the potential, what are the threats. Like all these things have to be prepared properly, and even discussing with the management, the top management, most of the times they will not be comfortable. So we have to bring some confidence in phased manner with the top management that you are working for this company to bring revival and all their employment will be protected. So once you bring that confidence, even they will support in preparing or supporting in the EOI process. That means even when the resolution plan is being structured, the PRAs and their professional team will connect with you to understand the commercial nitty-gritties of the company. So here how the resolution plan was structured is, it is a staggered resolution plan. So on the upfront, the corporate data operations have to be handed over. The company was a going concern. Then entire EPFO claims was provided. And here the distribution of section 53, majority of the times you need to comply with what is the section 53 compliance. But what happens, it is unique again. The distribution is again the commercial wisdom of the COC. If COC decides that distribution is not based on the security, they want to have distribution based on the voting rights, then you have to comply with what the commercial wisdom of COC is. You cannot say that you have to distribute based on the security interest. In our case, what has happened, the unsecured creditors consisted of 50%, 51%, sorry, and secured creditors were 49%. So if you see, if you want to provide secured creditors entire resolution plan money, you will not get the 66% requirement of voting. Then secured creditors agreed some portion of the amount has to be distributed to the unsecured creditors. So again, it is fact to fact basis, matter of fact. So COC and RP has to, with their wisdom, ensure that the resolution plan is properly structured, even distribution, wherein the balancing of interest of stakeholders is being maintained. So in this case, we have achieved the 23% to the secured creditors and 15% to the unsecured creditors in the distribution amount provided in this case. Then we got more than 86% approval for the resolution plan, and the plan is being now implemented. We are in the we are almost at the out of 5 tranches, 3 tranches are being paid. In another 2 months, another 6 months, 2 more tranches are being due. Then again, what has happened, to get the approval from the unsecured creditors, the resolution applicant has provided to the assenting financial creditors. So kindly note, assenting financial creditors means who have voted in favor of the resolution plan. There were 3 resolution applicants. You say A, B, C. And B has provided maximum amount to secured creditors, unsecured, and also to EPFO and to employees. Also, he has provided as an additional bonus convertible debentures. He has provided, he will issue convertible debentures to the assenting unsecured FCs. So what has happened? So whoever unsecured creditors has voted for his plan, he is going to issue to the tune of 2 crores convertible debentures, which will be converted into equity shares in a year, 1 year after the plan is being implemented. So this is how the KDMSL resolution plan is being structured, with payments to secured, unsecured, and also employees and 100% to EPFO, and issue of cumulative convertible debentures to the assenting unsecured FCs. So here we have seen in one case, Jalesh Kumar Grover, RP of GPI Textiles versus the Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank. The procedure for submission and approval of resolution plans which are laid down in IBC does not permit submission of such resolution plans after the approval of resolution plan by COC. So after the COC has approved the resolution plan, another resolution applicant has come in and submitted a resolution plan. So they said it is not allowed. So if resolution plans are not accepted in CIRP, liquidator has an option to accept as a scheme of arrangement. This, I think, in many NCLT or NCLAT judgments, it has been clarified. So we'll go to, I'll just open one more, two more resolution plans, which I want to explain. So we have one more case law, which is Manjeera Constructions. This is a construction company in Hyderabad. They had a high debt and liquidity issues, heavy reliance on borrowings. They were borrowing more, which led to real liquidity crunch. Then real estate market has slowed down in some part, and sales were down, and project were delayed, execution delays, which led to penalties. And there were high compliance costs, and the defaults have occurred, and creditors have initiated CIRP against this company. So here what has happened, the resolution applicant has proposed formation of a new company through special purpose vehicle. And this SPV is a clean entity without any legal history or liabilities. Here they are facilitating a mechanism for smooth transfer of assets, contracts and licenses from corporate debtor, so that there is a trust with the lenders, regulators, and also for a clean slate. And through equity infusion and debt instruments, and also through quasi-debt equity instruments like a hybrid alternate mechanism provided under Companies Act, FEMA and SEBI, the plan has been provided. So any questions so far? I'll share one more document. So any questions like from the participants, or anyone want to share any of their experience? You are able to see my document?
No, it is half screen, like you have to maximize it, I suppose.
Hope it's clear, sir. No?
No. Yes.
I think PPT is visible to you, sir.
No, PPT is not visible. Your screen is visible.
Okay, okay. Now it's visible? Any Word document is visible?
Visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. So this JP Infra, we have discussed how the land monetization was used and how the dissenting FCs are being paid. So here there was one key dissenting FC in ICICI Bank. So they submitted around 304 crores claim, which was they were dissenting FCs and they were to be paid minimum. But here they had a security interest, that is over a land parcel of 180 acres at Tapal. So NCLT has held that liquidation value of ICICI Bank is around 218 crores, which was satisfied by valuing the land parcel of 180 acres. This was given to the dissenting FCs. So here, instead of cash, ICICI Bank was given a land parcel, which is again a common mechanism under IBC for secured creditors. So court has said if the asset realizes less than the required value, then the resolution applicant must provide additional assets. Again, here the guarantees were provided by the holding company Jaiprakash Associates, where this was not discharged and liability continued. So here we know the corporate guarantees continue. The resolution plan has to be very clear about the corporate guarantees as well as the personal guarantees, how they are being dealt, whether they will continue or sometimes in MSMEs, the resolution applicant will provide for extinguishment of corporate guarantee and the personal guarantees. So that we need to ensure whether those terms are clear and the COC is aware of the. Yes,
And
sir.
this, please share with us because we are not able to see anything, read anything because it is very small.
Okay. No, I'm explaining summary of this. I'll share, sir. I'm sharing a summary of the resolution plan contours in various cases. I'll share, sir. So in this case, the capital was restructured and the resolution plan has invoked principles of IBC and Companies Act. The existing share capital was entirely cancelled. The promoter group and other shareholders, as per the resolution plan submitted by Suraksha Realty. So this was done in compliance of section 32, wherein it has to provide for the modification of capital structure, including either reduction or cancellation of shares. And even the section 66 of Companies Act, entire pre-CIRP share capital as extinguished as per the approved plan, and fresh shares were issued to Suraksha Realty Consortium. So they have submitted through consortium. Then again, conversion of debt into equity. Here, the entire financial debt was partially converted into equity. This is as per the scheme under section 230. This was waived as the plan was up. Section 230 scheme has to be approved for conversion of debt into equity. But however, through this plan, it was proposed. Hence, the IBC resolution plan is overriding the scheme of section 230. So what has happened through the conversion of debt into equity? The conversion helped them in debt reduction. on the balance sheet side of the corporate debtor and improved its debt equity ratio. It again enhanced the solvency and making the entity financially viable post resolution plan. Then the transfer of management and control. So if you see section 181 subclause A, how the board powers of as per Companies Act, the entire management was transferred to Suraksha on approval of the resolution plan, and extinguishment of past liabilities. As we all know, it's a clean slate. Then the new board has been reconstituted. So why this restructuring is important is it has helped the company to reset through their cancellation of shares, new ownership, and entire restructuring of their debt and assets under consolidated one process. So again, for real estate companies, it is mix of land assets as well as home buyer rights and bank exposures. So hence the restructuring is complex, but however, this is a landmark case where multiple stakeholders like banks, home buyers, operational creditors, shareholders, so all have been provided with a plan which was discussed and commercially acceptable by all the stakeholders. So what are the benefits here is after the restructuring, the stalled housing inventory, the resolution plan included commitment to complete all unfinished apartments, around 20,000 homes, that too within 4 years. See, in many projects, they used to be perpetually stalled. But here, what has happened through resolution, within 4 years, the home buyers have got their homes. And it has addressed the risk of delay because of uncertainty in deliverables. Home buyers have got their homes. And again, the average liquidation value in this case was estimated around 17,767 crores. And the fair market value was around 25,602 crores. But the plan has offered a value closer to the higher side by monetizing on the land parcels and improving the viability. Like they have offered around, SRA has offered around 2,552 crores of land plus 1,300 crores through NCDs, that is to secured financial creditors. So like this, we have a few case laws which we have prepared. So I'm just trying to bring how the resolution plans have been structured in these cases. So in Jyoti structures, if we have seen, there was an approved resolution plan. There was a resolution plan which was not approved. Then NCLT has rejected the resolution plan, citing CRP timelines and insufficient votes. So only 62% voted in favor of the plans, which NCLT has rejected. And also the timelines which have been taken were higher side, so which NCLT has not considered. Then the company was ordered for liquidation proceedings. But again, there was an appeal. NCLT order was appealed against the liquidation order by various stakeholders like employees, especially in this case, and RP also. Then NCLAT has stayed the liquidation proceedings in this case, halting the winding up process temporarily. Then what happened? The need to give the CIRP a resolution plan, a free chance to consider whether the procedural errors could be rectified to facilitate a revival over liquidation so that the asset value is preserved. So this is an old case actually, but I just want to bring one important point here is the NCLT has instructed whichever the earlier resolution plan which was rejected to reduce the repayment period from 15 years to 12 years. So here the tribunal has emphasized on the importance of objectives of IBC, that is promoting the revival rather than the liquidation. So NCLT in 2019 has approved the resolution plan. Then this company started implementing the resolution plan. So whatever the resolution plan was significantly higher than the liquidation value in this case. So after resolution plan approval, if you see the company is doing well, the financial performance trends drastically declined before the CIRP process. But however, after CIRP process, they, although in negative, but they were doing little consistently after the plan is approved. So we'll go to next resolution plan contours, that is Reliance Capital. Yeah, just 1 minute. So we'll discuss about the Reliance Capital. The company was admitted into CIRP in 2021, where RBI superseded the board of directors and RBI filed the CRP application. So during CIRP, COC was constituted, then COC approved the valuation, then so here they have given importance to challenge mechanism for the bids which they have received. So if we see what are the reasons for the company getting into CIRP, there were high leverage debt burden, then again erosion of net worth, liquidity crunch, and regulatory constraints on NBFC and rising of NPAs. So these all led to the Reliance Capital stress and operational and regulatory hurdles. Then how the resolution plan is structured. So here what the company has received bids were lower than the asset valuation. And creditors, whatever was the recovery proposed was very less. So creditors wanted maximum recovery while remaining operational, while maintaining the operational continuity. And here the RFRP has provided for reissuance of, during the CRP process, RFRP were reissued. So if you see RFRP, if it is modified or reissued, then again the timelines to submit the resolution plan gets extended. So even the cluster based bidding was allowed, that is consolidated bidding was allowed. And even transaction on audit and valuation took time. And even the challenge mechanism has been implemented here to improve the financial proposals. So in a few cases, I have seen the challenge mechanism has really helped the companies to maximize the value. So here, IndusInd International Holdings have submitted their plan, which was approved. This is again structured with escrow arrangements. So again, it is a staged implementation where the conditional regulatory approvals are to be obtained by the SRA. So here, if we see, there were a lot of complexities involved in resolving this case. There were procedural delays, and especially as I was mentioning, there were a lot of valuation disputes. So even valuation is very critical in the companies where operations are unique and different, and the projections, preparation, and getting the SFA valuation becomes critical. So even there were disputes here, and the challenge mechanism has been used well in this case. So we'll go to the next case, that is Diwan Housing Finance Limited. This is again one of the India's largest housing finance company. This came as a landmark as it was admitted into CRP by the NCLT Mumbai. Again, this is as per the RBI's petition, this was admitted. So this was the first financial provider which underwent IBC. Then the default amount was 1 lakh crore. Then the COC comprised of 77 members here. The failure of DHFL was a systematic event due to the collapse which has affected the confidence in the bond and debt markets. So if we see the legal framework here, how the resolution plan has happened for this financial service provider, although including IBC, the financial service provider rules were applicable here, along with CRP regulations, Companies Act and Competition Act. So you need to see what are the applicable laws in framing the resolution plan. So in this case, all these compliances need to be obtained. So the resolution plan was submitted by Pyramid Capital. This was approved by COC and later by NCLT. So here, how it was structured is the entire consideration was structured through a total payout, offering around 37% recovery to creditors through a settlement like upfront cash, then again remaining through NCDs at a 6.75% annual coupon for 10 years. Here, there were total 24 resolution applicants, and the plan which was submitted by Pyramid was approved. This was again through capital restructuring. See, from the date of up to the date of approval, the DHFL equity shares continue to be listed and traded on stock exchange. Once the resolution plan provided for complete delisting and cancellation of DHFL existing equity shares, subsequently this Pyramid would subscribe to 100% of DHFL equity. So this was followed by a reverse merger. If you see, this was a reverse merger mechanism wherein the merged entity's equity would be subscribed by Pyramid. That is the parent company of the Pyramid group. Again, this dissenting FCs, even how the dissenting FCs have been dealt. Then there was a case here. The Supreme Court has let down that JP Kenningston case. The NCLT directed that dissenting creditors must be paid entirely in cash and not through debt securities. If you see how the Supreme Court has clarified here for dissenting FCs is, dissenting FCs have to be paid in priority. So they said dissenting FCs has to be paid in cash, not through the issue of debt securities. Even there were cases of differential treatment for retail and other investors. Here, the investor base included approximately 70,000 depositors. Along with them, entities like Uttar Pradesh State Power Corporation, Employee Trust, Power Finance, Provident Fund Trust. There were many other investors, and including there were senior citizens, retired employees who have invested in their savings in fixed deposits. So recognizing these vulnerabilities, NCLT directed the COC to allocate additional funds to protect them, protect the interest of the above, which we have discussed. That the tribunal advised the entire amount of some around 39 crores has to be paid in full, citing the unique and especially there was army group also which have invested. So there were specific orders to pay them also. But in spite of that, there were some unresolved issues and observations in this case, like trading in DHFL equity shares, delisting and cancellation of existing shares, and subscription of new equity by Pyramil. So here the rationale of a reverse merger was adopted. This was an innovative reverse merger structure. This has enabled clean balance sheet to the acquirer who was acquiring. It was a clean balance sheet. Again, preserving the regulatory licenses and tax efficiencies, tax benefits to the successful resolution applicant. So here through this DHFL, there was around 37,000 crores recovered versus 1 lakh crore admitted claims. And there was a revival and continuity of jobs, loan servicing and market stability. So we have one more case where the resolution plan is failed. That is Lanco Infratech, which went into liquidation. And still it is continuing. It is still in some shares issues, shareholder issues, because of which there are legal challenges. So it has transitioned into liquidation. We have one more case also, case study, that is Shrey Equipment. So before this case, I just want to share one more case law. In NCLT Bangalore, there is a resolution plan which was approved by the bench, which the RA has proposed 1 rupee recovery to the creditors, but whereas to complete the project, he is proposed for completion of the project and to continue the CD as a going concern. So it is again, the resolution plan is nothing but a contract. It is a contract to resolve the debt of the creditors of the company, to pay to the creditors, and also the main object of the code is to revive and restructure the company to keep the CD as a going concern. If it is a viable, feasible resolution plan, so feasibility, viability, and the commercial terms again depends from fact to fact. It's a matter of fact. It depends from each CD to CD. So the resolution plan which is going to be proposed may be different to one company in a different sector, because the lot of factors have to be considered. What is the stage of the company? What is the operation stage, and what is the future what is the future of the company, future growth, and even what are the asset base available. So all these many things have to be considered while structuring a resolution plan, and even proposing a plan with wide instruments, like even proposing a debt, proposing upfront, or proposing on the working capital. So these are all again, whatever discussions happen, negotiations happen between the COC and the prospective resolution applicant. So when evaluation matrix is decided, mostly the quantitative and qualitative parameters will be decided. That is mostly like upfront cash recovery, or what is the time within which the recovery is happening to creditors, and what is that the SRA is proposing to improve the going concern, to improve the business. So all these are very critical in structuring a resolution plan. Again, we need to ensure that the mandatory compliances are in place. Mandatory compliances are provided in the resolution. The terms of the resolution plan provide for the all the mandatory contents prescribed under the IBC and the regulations. So if we see another Shrey equipment resolution plan, this is again consisted of many subsidiary companies, and they have filed a scheme before NCLT Kolkata. So it was through a business transfer agreement. Here the scheme has the main object of consolidating entire lending business of SFIL, and also executed a business transfer agreement for transfer of lending business. So here there were two major companies which were functioning in the company. Which was operating, and they were doing good business in the market. So after the stress, the two companies, they have proposed for a business transfer agreement by way of business transfer, and it was through a slump exchange. That is transfer of undertaking of the transferee through a like a going concern basis, without values being assigned to individual assets and liabilities. And here this was done through exchange of issuance of allotment of shares by the transferee to the transferor. So here the scheme has proposed conversion of debt not less than 75%. So it is 75% of the debt due to the creditors. This was covered under the scheme. Again, into secured and non-convertible debentures of the applicant in the manner provided in the scheme. The scheme was again proposed for this was prepared through again a asset liability mismatch analysis they have done. Post complete restructuring proposal, they have filed an application with NCLT. Then NCLT has directed the creditors of both the companies to maintain status quo until some contractual claims and some estopped rights from any coercive steps have been included to keep the status of the companies. So both the companies, there were some issues because of some contractual claims. So NCLT have asked both of them to maintain the status quo until the scheme is being considered. Then after this, when the process was being taken up for the scheme, then NCLT has granted put a stay. Then the major lender here, UCO Bank, has filed an application before the appeal before the NCLT, stating that the order of NCLT to maintain status quo till further order on the regarding the contractual claims, and without taking any steps. Then UCO Bank has classified them as NPA. Then RBI is also, then they made an application, and RBI has superseded their board of directors, and they have appointed an administrator. So as you all know, in the financial sector, when the financial sector is governed by either SEBI or RBI, administrator will be appointed as an RP to run the process. So in this NCLT Kolkata, administrator was appointed, and NARCL has been set up like a bad bank, where to bring and resolve the financial sector NPA. complex assets of stressed assets. Here, NARCL has to acquire the stressed assets by offering some certain percentage as upfront cash, and the rest 100% was through security receipts. So here the RBI is permitted. First is component is upfront cash, and the rest was through certain percentage of security receipts. So NARCL has submitted a resolution plan wherein the resolution plan proposed minimum capital commitment of some 5,450 crores from their shareholder banks. NARCL shareholder banks will have committed, and over 70,000 crores claims were submitted here. So here, what is the resolution plan which was proposed? That is upfront cash of 2,580 crores from cash and cash equivalents of corporate debtors. Then loans receivable of 21,000 crores in the books of SAFL will be transferred and assigned to ARC for a total consideration. Then 25% of SRs issued by ARC, that is security receipts issued by ARC, will be held by successful resolution applicant, that is to the tune of 600 crores. Then again 75% will be held by the assenting financial creditors. So security receipts will be issued 25% to the ARC trust. This will be held by SRA. Then again 75% security receipts will be held by assenting FCs. So hence total sale consideration in cash component and security receipts will be 3,180 crores. So they have formed a trust, and some portion was held by a successful resolution applicant, and 75% was held by the assenting FCs. So here the entire debt and equity has been restructured and a scheme was proposed. And what is the summary of this resolution plan of Shrey Equipment and Shrey Infrastructure is the consolidated COC of both. They have appointed SBI Capital as their advisors, and the COC has authorized their lending, the UCO Bank as their, UCO Bank and Axis Bank to execute the entire documentation in this process. And a VDR also was provided to the resolution applicants through the COC. Sorry, I'm getting a call. And SBI CAP was appointed. They provided complete VDR and all the details in this case. And information memorandum was issued. So here, out of the commitments provided by NARCL shareholder, they have given a 14 binding offers. So to the claims of 70,000 crores. So what has happened? The shareholders of NARCL, that is Canara Bank, SBI, Bank of Baroda, Union Bank, Indian Bank, PNB, Bank of India, and all these banks have provided commitment to the NARCL for implementation of this plan. And then board of directors were reconstituted in this case. Then the share capital also extinguished and new shares have been issued. So how the security interest have been provided, the terms 75% through the NCD redeemable from recoveries of underlying assets. Here, the subscriptions of maturity period is 60 months, and all the assets of ARC trust shall be transferred to the shareholders in the ratio of the security receipts holding. Then in case of NCDs, whatever are the trust expenses, management fees, ARCs, whatever payable quarterly basis will be paid. And that is not more than 2% of the gross recovery. Then there were non-committed instruments also, like OCDs from Shrey Equipment Finance Limited, where optionally convertible debentures were issued for a payable on redemption of 80 years. So if any payment is made prior to 8 years, then amount paid will be at a NPV computed on the date of the payment. So there were NCD structuring also, but in case if it is payable within 80 years, then NPV amount will be computed and paid. Then some more terms of NCDs and CCPs. So these are all, what is the rate of interest, what is the issuer coupon rate, what is the redemption rate, and how, in which denominations they will be issued, whether NCDs will be listed, what is the allotment date, and what is the redemption date, what is the security, whether these NCDs are secured, whether it is a pari passu. So here in some NCDs are first pari passu receivables from existing assets. Then what is the payment mode? If there is any payment within the period, then what is the discount rate? What is the NPV? How NPV is computed? And CCPs also, ARC Trust was holding the CCPs. And what is the distribution and waterfall mechanism for them? And what is the period? So this entire infusion capital was structured in this Shrey case. And they've also provided for the avoidance transactions, if you see. So what is the avoidance transactions? So total resolution amount offered by RA includes value subscribed for recoveries from avoidance transactions, and also up from the third party contracts or assets. And treatment, how the BG margins have to be treated. See, as you all know, in many companies, the companies are going concern, so they give BGs for the as a margin for their performance towards various contracts. So how the BGs have to be treated? What is the margins? How after post approval of resolution plan, how they have to be maintained, and whether any margins would get deducted from the upfront cash recovery, and whether this margin money forms part of the cash and bank balance, or is it part of the security receipts. So all these have to be provided in case if it is a critical operating companies. And also one more important critical is gratuity liability. So you need to ensure if there is any liability of the company towards gratuity payments, what is the fund available, what is the separate fund available, and whether you will be able to discharge the liability of the gratuity to the employees, or if at all you want to maintain any account, how the money has to be pooled there, and is there any contribution which will go from creditor side to meet any difference of requirement for the gratuity payments. So all these need to be clearly provided. So in this case, what has happened, there was a actuarial valuation report available in this case, and the gratuity fund was available to the tune of some 37 crores, and there was a requirement of further fund. So all this clarity has to be provided from where this liability will be paid, discharged. And especially the monitoring committee. So once the plan is approved and the NCLT gives an order, if it is a staggered payment, if it is a staggered resolution plan, how the plan is going to be implemented. And is there any mechanism available? If there is a monitoring committee, how that committee will be constituted? Who will be the representative, like secured creditors, unsecured creditors, RP, and SRA? And if there are any strategic partners who are to be formed part of the monitoring committee. So all those details have to be provided. And especially regarding the claims also, very clearly statement has to be provided whether all the claims which are not submitted in the CRP or which are submitted, the liability of the CD extinguishes and company is a clean slate. So all this clearly has to be provided. Some operational issues I have discussed which are to be provided. And if there are any indicative terms which has to be provided regarding the financial creditors, those have to be provided. And sometimes in big cases, if it is a staggered payments, the resolution applicants and COC are entering a definitive agreements. Those definitive agreements also cannot override the resolution plan terms. So until the implementation of plan, the discharge of security interest and how the security interest will be handed over post the last tranche, all those details have to be provided. And also assignment of debt. See, the SRA, after some payment of some tranches, they want to use this liability of debt in their books and take the benefit for income tax purposes or even for the investor purposes. They want the assignment of debt. So sometimes a portion of unsustainable debt, like the debt held by the financial creditors, which can be agreeable for assignment, this will be assigned. And majority of the cases, they will enter a definitive agreement, they will assign for 1 rupee, so that the benefit is passed on to SRA for books, even for investor purposes. So here in some cases, the successful resolution applicant or the strategic partner or the corporate debtor, they or their affiliates, they will have an option to convert such debt into optionally convertible debentures, or as may be mutually agreed upon. So these are few important commercial contours which I wanted to discuss. So we'll go back to the PPT again. So anyone wants to share any of their experience? Anyone wants to share any experience or any questions so far? So far, any questions, sir? So otherwise, we'll go to few case laws. I wanted to discuss few resolution plans, case laws. So mostly what happens when a resolution plan is put up for the approval of the NCLT, NCLTs usually consider whether the plan is complying with all the requirements, and COC has considered the feasibility and viability of the resolution plan, and the implementation is proper. So COCs will not go beyond commercial wisdom. Sorry, NCLT will not go commercial wisdom on the terms of the resolution plan until there is a contravention of any of the laws or the IBC code. So if you see, the most important case law is SR Steel Satish Kumar, where the Supreme Court has held the commercial wisdom of COC as supreme, and NCLT or NCLAT asking to modify any resolution plan or any distribution mechanism is void. And whatever COC decides, if suppose COC is deciding that they want in one landmark case, COC said that whatever the recovery from PUFE transactions, it will go to the SRA. Then NCLT has no authority to overarch over the decision and commercial wisdom of the COC. They cannot come and say that COC cannot take decision on distributing the proceeds of avoidance transactions to creditors. And in the resolution plans, the financial creditors are given priority. So there were many cases which were filed by operational creditors, but when you refer to the BLRC, the Supreme Court has held financial creditors will be paid higher as per section 53. That is valid and is upheld by Supreme Court. So here in SR Steel also Supreme Court has said that sections 30 subclause 2, that is the mandatory contents of the resolution plan only has to be verified by the NCLT. And also we have seen in latest case where Supreme Court has upheld that resolution over the liquidation. So Bhushan Steel also, the resolution of a CD is being given priority. So if we see even in Swiss Ribbons case, objective of IBC was for a resolution. So, and revival of the corporate debtor. So resolution is preferred over liquidation, and resolution constitutional validity is upheld. Even if you see the Gansham case, after approval of plan, all the past claims extinguished and the SRA is being given the immunity and government cannot raise new demands. If you see the latest amendment of 2026, security interest is very clearly defined. So now the government authorities, like in Rainbow Judgment, the local GST authorities, they have come and they have got an order from Supreme Court stating that they have priority. But now with the clarification in the code amendment after 2021, this is the amendment where IBBI and the government has clarified on many things like procedural issues and especially the security interest. So now there has to be an agreement between the government, between the creditor and the company to qualify for the priority. So government cannot raise any new demands after the approval of the resolution plan. So when drafting a resolution plan, these are very, very important points which has to be included. And when plan is being approved by COC and it is pending before adjudicating authority, the successful bidder cannot withdraw the plan. Resolution plan is binding. And in case if the resolution applicant want to withdraw, the performance bank guarantee gets invoked, and also the COC can initiate action against the resolution applicant as per provisions of IBC. So even Supreme Court.
Ma'am,
Yes, sir.
I have one question
Yes, sir.
that performance bank guarantee, how do you determine it based on case-to-case basis while issuing invitation?
Okay. Sir, purely if I can say, in our firm, we have done close to 20 resolution plans. So we fix for any category as 15 to 20%, sir. So now market has evolved. It is to keep the resolution applicant obligated. The less you keep it, the less the implementation issues may come up. So higher the performance bank guarantee, higher will be the commitment of the resolution applicant. So there is no hard and fast rule to have some specific percentage different to CD.
Okay.
To bring the seriousness in the process, usually people keep between 10 to 20%, but ideally 15 to 20 will bring in more discipline, sir.
Okay. Which is there some upfront payment or there is a performance bank guarantee?
Sir, upfront payment is different. Performance bank guarantee is different. So
Correct.
performance bank guarantee is given at the time of submission, after the approval of your resolution plan by COC.
Right.
Upfront is after the plan is approved by the COC, after the approval by the NCLT, and as per the terms of the resolution plan, the payment first made is the upfront payment.
Understood.
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you. And anything, I think once you are done with presentation, it would help if you could cover some cases on real estate, or at least guide what would be the ideal cases to look at real estate project resolution.
Okay. Real estate project, we have JP Infra. And also, I can share one or two PPTs. I have a PPT recently resolved real estate case, sir. Maybe I'll share with the participants. I'll share it with Anjali ma'am. It will be helpful. I'll share one resolution of recent real estate case with you, with all the participants.
Thank you. But my question was more, that would be very helpful,
Yes, sir.
mainly in concern related to rights of the real estate buyers that form CA class. So what would be the case laws to refer to?
Okay, okay. So you mean to say the rights of the home buyers?
That's right.
Okay, okay. Rights of the home buyers regarding the IBC case. See,
That's right.
first right is they have the right to appoint an authorized representative representing them before the COC, sir.
That's right.
So as you know, they are the financial creditors clarified by Chitra Sriraman and Pioneer Urban also. It is clarified that they are the financial creditors.
Right.
So they will, first right is they can file an application initiating CRP process.
Mhm.
So the minimum 100 allottees are required, or 10% of the total allottees. Whichever is less, they can initiate the application for Section 7. And then
Right.
again, they are the financial creditors, so they get voting rights in COC. They
Correct.
can participate in major decisions. Then they have right to receive the information, sir. All the information in COC agendas or CRP progress reports. They also have right to vote on the resolution plan.
Right.
And also they get priority in resolution plans. This is again in JP Kenningston. This was held. Resolution plans must, usually in home buyers case, sir, what we have seen critically is NCLTs will approve the plans where completion of projects are being given priority. So I was referring to one NCLT Bangalore case. You remember that resolution plan amount proposed was 1 rupee, but whereas the offer was to complete the project.
Right, ma'am.
And also the right is to possess the flats. That is, take the possession after the approval of the plan completion and also registration.
Right. So one question that in real estate projects, typically price of the project increases once project is close to completion. So what does an IP do? Basically, now there are obligations related to transaction audit, or basically, and in this case, mostly the prices would increase gradually, generally because of the appreciation once a project is closer to maturity. So how do you deal with basically transaction of past transactions? Because invariably there would be a trend in price increase.
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes. So in terms of undervalued transactions, because there would be a price increase, and of course there would be some projects where there would be more cash payments. Obviously, one has to only go with what is in the books, but that part is different. But price increase is something which is inherent in real estate projects.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay. So you mean to say the avoidance transactions?
That's right. That's right. I'm sorry, I'm taking you in a different direction,
No, no,
but
no, no,
this,
sir.
yeah.
Absolutely, we are on the discussion points only.
Right.
See what happens before insolvency. You mean to say the promoters often they try to transfer the land or give security to related lenders, like divert the customer advances, or
Correct.
they will
Correct.
create some layered SPVs and
Yeah. So,
undervalue the development agreements. These are these. Obviously, they will
correct.
fall under PUFE transactions. So
That
it
would
is
be
the.
one. And if you look into past, so there could be a case where an apartment is being sold to one customer at 10,000 per square feet, and maybe 3 years back it could be 6,000 or 7,000 per square feet. It's a general appreciation, like
Correct.
it's so in those small transaction, or in 1 year, one could assume difference of 10,000 versus 5,000 per square feet. So there you could look at such transactions with microscope. But something which is a construction linked payment, when someone took a risk of entering into a project at a very early stage, maybe 4 years back, when prices were low because there was no construction, right?
Okay.
How do you deal with such situations?
Sir, usually if these transactions are definitely prior to CIRP commencement date.
Correct.
So what has happened in various CRPs of like if you see JP Infra or Amrapali Group or Unitech Group, there are transactions which RPs have considered under avoidance and they have filed recovery, sir.
Hmm.
So again, see, pursuing the litigation, what is the post-resolution status? As we all know, not even IBBA report showed not even 0.99% recovery from these avoidance applications.
Right.
So it's again depends how the applications are being pursued. Either see RP will be there till the approval of the plan only. So they will pursue seriously and they will get a very good transaction audit done or forensic audit done, and they will bring out an excellent reports and they will file the application with the adjudicating authority. But
Right.
once you are out of the resolution plan, you become an functus officio. Resolution RP becomes functus officio. Then the
Right.
application has to be pursued by the either the SRA or the committee of creditors. So,
Right.
as per the resolution plan terms, who will be the beneficiary? They have to pursue. So, suppose
Correct.
if the corporate debtor or the SRA is pursuing, sometimes they will be treated as NRRA and they gets diluted, sir. Most of the times they get diluted. COC, majority of the banks, they don't have interest. And some banks, even if they are pursuing, we don't know what is the outcome from the adjudicating authority.
Understood.
Most of the avoidance application recoveries, they are all coming now as NRRs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Okay.
So hope I was clear, sir. If
Yes. Yes. Yes.
anyone wants to add on anything, they can add.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
Madam, one query from my side. Uh, in a real estate project, if the project is complete with OC and it has got admitted in CIRP, can a RP sell individual units in the CIRP process?
Yes, with the approval of COC, yes, sir.
But madam, then how will that maximum value will be, reached?
Sir, you mean to say the project wise they have to sell?
Madam, what has happened in one of the case, it has got admitted in IBC, and
Okay.
that building is already complete with OC.
Okay.
There
Okay.
are certain unsold residential units.
Okay.
Now the COC is saying in the normal course of business, you are supposed to sell the residential units.
Okay.
Now the question comes, how can we attain the maximization of value? Because if we talk about selling the units for a particular, say, buyer, because COC is defining a minimum benchmark value above which the particular unit is supposed to be sold.
Okay.
But when we talk about IBC, we talk about maximization. It can be through an auction, it can be through the Swiss challenge, where we
Yes.
attain the maximization of value. So in this case, how can that maximization of value be attended if we are selling the individual units in the CRP process?
See, the resolution plan which has come, did any resolution plan has come?
No, I'm not talking about a resolution plan. That will come later on.
Okay, okay.
Prior to that, because what the COC is saying, the normal course is to sell the unit of the builder, normal business. So why are you waiting for the resolution plan to come, that process to happen? Before that, why are you not selling those units?
Sir, you cannot sell, no, sir. You have to see, once the company gets admitted into CIRP, you cannot sell without the approval of COC or without the approval of NCLT.
COC is ready to give the approval.
And then you have to move an application before NCLT and take this up.
Till that time, the EOI and all those stages will come.
See, what strictly you have to follow is you have to issue an expression of interest. Without issuing expression of interest, you cannot take up this route.
EOI is already published.
Okay.
And now, but obviously after EOI, the process of resolution plan and all those things are happening. But in the meantime, the COC members, I mean the financial creditors, they are receiving interest of few of the buyers for a particular units. So the COC is insisting to sell those particular units as per their benchmark rate.
It cannot be done in this PSME, sir, because
Right.
as you are saying, it is a complete project, only one project.
It is complete one single project, which is
So-
having residential units,
Okay,
which are
see,
unsold.
you cannot do this because
Right.
project-wise sale is allowed in real estate.
Hmm.
So this is only one project. So now, since you have issued expression of interest, you cannot take up this route. COC cannot take up this route.
Right.
Either they have to get the resolution for the entire project.
Which is the normal process, right?
Normal process, yes.
So it can happen, the closure can happen through a resolution plan.
Yes, yes. Let them propose a resolution plan, sir. Whoever
Right.
wants to buy.
Right.
See, resolution applicant can be one person or multiple people. So let multiple people come together and submit the resolution plan.
Right. Because I had sought legal opinion, and unfortunately, the lawyer is of the opinion that the sale can happen.
I'm not very sure.
Which I'm also not. I'm not okay with that legal opinion also. He's mentioning that it is in the normal course. I said, how can that be in the normal course? And there is no maximization of value which can happen. What is the process? Define the process. There is no process in the in the code or in the regulation.
Sir, what about registration? See, if you want to sell, whether the registrar will allow for registration of this company.
But madam, 4E is there, no? In which, like I was reading a few of the case laws, in which the registration had not happened of those units. In that in between period, the company got admitted in CIRP.
Okay.
And the RP was allowed to do the registration. I think that is as per 4E, if I'm not wrong.
Sir, maybe we have to go very detail into the facts of the case, because I also remember there was one such case. But again, what has happened there, I think 95 or 98% of the money was paid by the prospective person. And just before
made.
getting into CIRP, I think only some 2% was left to be paid by.
So agreement for sale was executed, but the final sale deed was not registered.
Oh, okay.
So I think because basis the 4E, and there was this case law which he had cited in his opinion.
If you can share, that will be benefit.
I will, madam, because I am also trying to go more detail into the procedural as well as the case laws. I will share that particular case law which I had received from him in the as a part of his opinion.
Okay. Did he mention about moratorium, sir? You cannot transfer assets. You cannot sell property. Cannot.
Madam, 4E is giving that flexibility. Uh,
Can you share regulation number?
I will 4E. Just a sec, madam. I will get my book and share that particular regulation.
Meanwhile, can anyone has experience can share? IBBI introduced RPs to handover of possession to home buyers. The RP must obtain approval from the COC. Sir, did they pay full consideration? Did they pay full consideration, sir?
No, madam. The entire amount is not given. There is remaining amount for at the time of the registration to be given.
So entire amount has to be paid. Only some part, if is it majority of the consideration is pending?
Yes, yes. Majority of the amount is being received. Now the last tranche is left, which again some of the home buyers are ready to pay. Not the home buyers, they already taken the possession also of the flat.
So you can seek NCLT order direction for this specific registration case. There is an amendment, yes.
Yeah, 4E.
See, after obtaining the approval of COC with not less than 66%
Right.
of the votes, the RP shall hand over the possession of the plot, apartment or building or any instrument agreed to be transferred under the real estate project and facilitate registration where the allottee has requested for the same and has performed his part of under the agreement. So what are his obligations under the agreement, you need to see. Yeah.
I will share you the opinion which I also received from the lawyer, which also mentions about the particular case in which the RP had done the execution.
Yes, sir. Even I remember there was one case law wherein 98% of the amount was paid by the flat owner.
Right.
Only 2% was left, because of which the registration was withheld. So
Right.
NCLT has allowed. So we'll see the amendment and as well as the case laws, and you can take a call on it.
Right, right. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. So we have been discussing about various practical issues or challenges in the resolution plan, the sector wise also. See, even when we are preparing the resolution plan, each sector specific, any mandatory compliances have to be provided. Those things have to be taken care in the resolution plan. So regarding the implementation of plan, especially the key actions, including the transfer of assets in real estate case and in all the cases, the terms have to be very clear about the transferring of the assets and changing of management, cancelling or delisting of shares, and how the security interest is going to be satisfied. All these legal formalities have to be properly provided in the implementation features. So post approval, INC 28 form has to be filed with ROC, updating approval of the plan. Then also the timelines have to be very, very critical, should be explicitly provided. So when you are preparing a resolution plan, any action need to be done from either of the parties. Be very clear, specific, and very explicitly provide the timeline. Suppose secured creditors have to provide their documents, security documents. So please mention what is the point of time when they have to provide this at the implementation stage. So even in the implementation terms also provide what will be the consequences of non-implementation and what are the challenges. In case if there are any issues which may come up, failure to implement, what is the possible outcome for the out of non-compliance, and what are the delay risks involved for the implementation of this resolution plan. So all these are very, very critical, which are to be provided in the resolution plan. Again, implementation is through adopting several course of actions like execution of contracts and how the SRA is going to execute the plan by incorporating some compliances, and how is going to integrate the activities of the corporate debtor, and how the compliances will be taken care is in case if there is a conversion of equity to debt, how the new shares will be issued, and arrangement with the financial creditors, how loan and funds from financial institutions will be dealt, security interest, when security, if there is any security pool, how it is going to be, the modalities for security pool, and how the security interest is to be released. So all these specific and within the time frame has to be provided. So in case the approved resolution plan, whether the SRA can withdraw. So this again, we have been seeing from ABIC's days, in many cases, even in Kundan Care, the plan was SRA wanted to withdraw, but he found that plan was unviable and unfit for implementation. He has said that ABICS, where he found that the plan is not suitable for the market conditions. When he submitted the plan, the situation was different, and during implementation, it was different. So again, the NCLAT has upheld that when doing the due diligence, when you are analyzing and submitting the resolution plan, you cannot say that the plan is unviable when during implementation. So in many cases, after the resolution plan is approved, many promoters or various stakeholders, they have invoked the writ jurisdiction of high courts under Article 226 and 227. So here, although the jurisdiction can be invoked only in exceptional, in Supreme Court has many cases held that this writ jurisdiction can be invoked, but however exceptional circumstances. So many dubious petitions were filed to delay in implementation of the plans. So in one of the urban cooperative bank cases, where the financial creditors and RP preferred an appeal when the promoters has filed an application, invoked the writ jurisdiction, NCLAT has set aside the order of NCLT which approved the resolution plan. After Honorable Supreme Court writ jurisdiction has been invoked. So when we see due to many pending litigations, also plan implementation, there are delays. So NCLT takes time to approve the resolution plan even after COC approves, and many intervening applications will be filed. And some previous litigation cases also, although there are moratorium, certain cases keep cropping up in the implementation of the plan. So there are many challenges, and even in spite of Hydra head popping up SR clarification from Supreme Court, there are some applicants like operational creditors or few creditors who invoke and file the cases before the appellate authorities, which will again create hurdles in the implementation of the plan. We have seen in Bhushan Steel case, and also in many cases where plan is being implemented. So now we have seen under section 12A, amendment 2026, the withdrawal proposed by the applicant can be permitted only, cannot be permitted without the approval of COC, and it is allowed only before issuance of first invitation for submission of resolution plan. So earlier, if we have seen, withdrawals were permitted even at the advanced stages of resolution plans. But now with this amendment, I want to bring to the consideration of all the members that now with this amendment, yesterday President has given assent to the IBC amendment bill. This is one very critical section which I wanted to highlight relevant to the resolution plan. So any withdrawal proposal comes, it can be permitted only after constitution of COC and before issue of Form G. That means before COC is constituted, you cannot go for withdrawal, and if invitation of resolution plan for submission of resolution plan, that is Form G, is issued, withdrawal is not possible. So let me just summarize. We have been discussing about the resolution plan, which is the soul of the IBC, where the resolution plan will be proposed by the prospective resolution applicants to revive and restructure the stressed CD, so that the CD is kept as a going concern and the object of IBC is attained by providing a resolution to the distressed CD, and also the employment is protected. So through the resolution plan, the revival happens, and also the creditors get the recovery, and employees' employment is protected, and all other stakeholders remain in the CD will get the when the operations run, when the company gets revived, even other operational creditors also will get the prospects of corporate debtor going concern business. They can continue the relation with the CD. So when we are discussing about the resolution plan structuring, we have been discussing what are the important terms in the resolution plan structuring. That is the resolution applicant, RP, COC, issue of information memorandum, evaluation matrix, and the RFRP. Then how the resolution plan has to be provided. Mandatory contents have to be provided in the resolution plan. Although it is a contract, commercial terms between the COC and the RA, it is a binding nature because of the IBC, because of the code. So this was clarified by Supreme Court many times. So resolution, once it is proposed by resolution applicant, they have to be serious players, or otherwise plan is not implemented. There are serious consequences for non-implementation. So we have been discussing all this, how the plan has to be structured. Like it's all commercial terms, it depends from CD to CD specific, but however, mandatory contents, mandatory terms to be provided as per IBC and regulations have to be part of the resolution plan. And there need to be a due diligence done by RP. Now with the amendment, even COC, RP, the IBC puts a duty on the committee of creditors, feasibility and viability of the resolution plan. That is, COC has to discuss all their deliberations and record the reasons why they are considering it as feasible and viable. So going forward, it is with the new IBC bill, it is going to be very practically critical. Being RPs, we need to ensure that we record all the reasons from the committee of creditors, minutize, and also take confirmation at the next COC meetings whether the recorded reasons from the COC are properly recorded, because this is going to be a base in future with this amendment coming in. please ensure that your game in the skin is protected, as well as the committee of creditors. So when resolution plan is structured, we need to provide support to the prospective resolution applicants also. Ensure all the amendments are being considered when the resolution plan is being prepared. So with this comments, I want to conclude my presentation, and also let me check if there are any questions from the participants. So I don't see any questions. We had few questions from the participants during the session. So anyone, any of the member wants to share their experience on the resolution plan structuring, or any case laws, or their practical issues, what they have faced, and it will be beneficial for all the participants if you can share. We were able to touch upon few important aspects of resolution plan.
Madam, this is like experience, more than an experience. This is more like a query, because in most of the resolution plans, the structure of NCD is given.
Huh.
But practically, is it viable? Because I think this NCD, it should be, the compliance is there, listing requirement is there. This comes
Yes.
under safety, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
So,
Yes, sir. If it is a listed company, yes.
no, madam. If it's a private limited company where
Huh.
they are defining a NCD structure,
Okay.
so whether it becomes viable for the perspective of execution.
Sir, again, considering NCDs in under IBC, you have seen in few cases I have explained. In my case also, Carvi, there are NCDs which are
Right,
offered to the assenting unsecured FCs, and
right.
even in Shrey it was offered. So this has become most common in the resolution plans, sir,
Okay.
because it reduces immediate cash burden, no?
That is true.
Again,
And there
but
is
it
some
gives us
point 0.01, or the interest rate is also very less. But the
right.
immediate outflow is not to that extent. And it gets retired maybe in a year or something like that.
Yeah, because it offers creditors some structured payments,
Right. But
structured repayments, and also see, usually resolution applicants mostly in staggered payments, they are not preferring upfront cash in 100%.
true.
They mix upfront cash, equity infusion, then again NCD issuance, like they'll have optional instruments.
But not much of compliance requirement for these entities, because if we are talking about a resolution, say of a private limited company,
Hmm.
the CD is a private limited company, and if we are issuing NCDs to the creditors from
Hmm.
this company,
Hmm.
so from the compliance aspects, the execution of this, because we have to retire that NCD. Maybe I don't know about the. I'm not sure about the compliance aspects of this NCD, like listing and other
Sir,
requirement if it's a private limited.
if it is a listed company, yes,
After
listing
listing.
compliances have to be taken care. And you need to have a trustee for this.
Yeah.
You need to have a trustee. And mostly in IBCs, they are preferring secured NCDs, sir.
Okay. Security is the CD's assets.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Typically, mostly 5 to 10 years only, with some interest and bullet repayments. They
Hmm.
are also proposing some bullet repayments.
Okay. Because in the Carvi and the cases which you were mentioning, I think those are the listed companies, right?
Carvi is not a listed
Okay.
company, sir, but Shrey is a listed
Three.
company.
Right.
Carvi is not a listed company.
So there also the NCD structure was there, and the implementation had happened basis the NCD.
Implementation is still underway, sir. Another 1 more year. It's
So
a
NCD is
staggered
issued.
2 years payment. It's a staggered.
NCD is issued.
NCDs are issued, yes.
Okay.
Then again, other all Companies Act provisions are applicable there. You need to file respective forms with the ROC, MCA. All those compliances are applicable.
Right. We will get the presentations, right? I mean, that
Yes,
will
sir. We will
be
share, sir. I'll share with Anjali, ma'am.
right.
We will share, sir.
It was a very good presentation, and a lot of your practical experiences you have shared in especially those cases. So that was a lot of insight.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Anjali, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am,
Thank you,
for
ma'am.
such an interactive and knowledgeable session. Ma'am, kindly share the PPT of the session.
Yes, ma'am. I'll share. Thank you.